Hey, lads. And that was me. That was me. That's not Macklemore. A lot of people are saying that's Macklemore. That's not. It's me. Hasanabi Piker coming to you live from Tuesday in it. Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. Sunny California, Los Angeles, 68 degrees out. It's a fantastic morning. It's a fantastic day. We got a banger back-to-back jamboree lined up for you folks. Oh my God. All the nerds rejoice. You are going to love today's stream. Ladies and gentlemen, gentle boys, we have a lot going on today. But before we get into that, I got the Ta-Nehisi Coates interview. Finally, it's happening. We got Lina Khan. Finally, it's happening. Many of these interviews are a long time coming, and it's happening finally now. But yeah, no, the first interview is going to be Ta-Nehisi Coates. It's actually happening in half an hour, as a matter of fact. And then afterwards, we got the Lina Khan interview that is also happening back to back to back. And then after that, we got a Stavvy Baby. But yeah, we got a lot of big guests, a lot happening. But hey, first and foremost, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Why? We got a lot going on. They trying to get you jammed up before the interview. I know there's been some that I've been waiting on for quite some time. Don't get me fucked up. Don't get me jammed up. Okay. But yeah, personal news wise, end of the broadcast last night. I've been hanging out with dad, not really doing too much. Nothing too crazy happening. Outside of that, why? Outside of that, woke up this morning, played a little bit of ball, walked Kaya in the park. You already know what it is. Got ready for this interview, these back-to-back interviews. And that's it. I'm supposed to, so Ta-Nehisi is supposed to be on right now. I am trying to, he's not able to log in. Okay. He's figuring that out. We're gonna be fine. Oh. Nope. Okay. Boom. Start video call. Turn on camera. Oh, it happened. Hello. Okay. We did it. Never mind. We didn't even have to do Zoom. Okay, perfect. Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Sorry about that.
No, Can you hear me? No. This is all my fault. Okay, let me tell you, entirely my fault.
It's actually not. It's my fault on account of being 49 years old. So that is what happened here. You can't help that. So I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I'm a boomer as well. So I, despite the fact that I am, constantly doing everything online, and it's a very important part of my job. I am incredibly tech illiterate, so there's no reason to worry. Oops, what happened? I think I lost you.
Wait, no, you didn't. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you any longer. I don't know what just happened. Oh, I can see you again. All right, perfect.
Yes, more tech illiteracy on my fault.
Yeah, okay, I can actually hear you a little bit better now too, and it's no longer actually doing any sort of feedback. All right, we're having an unk off, is what the kids would call it. Just so you know.
What's that? What's an unk off?
We're both unks, in the eyes of a lot of Zoomers.
You're a little too young for that, but okay.
Well, thank you.
Don't be in a hurry.
Thank you for saying. Wait, I'm 33, so in the eyes
of too young for that.
No, you think that, and I wish that was the case, but for a lot of people who are like 20, they just think that is the oldest you can be. Like they're like 30 plus. That's the maximum age that someone can exist.
You can't even biologically be there. I guess you could be there, uncle, theoretically. I shouldn't say that. I guess you could be.
Yeah.
I guess you could be.
Yeah.
I was an uncle at 33. I have to remember that. I was an uncle at 33, actually.
Yeah, there it is. But Ta-Nehisi Coates, ladies and gentlemen, I have called you, and I guess other people have as well, Obama's favorite writer, favorite author. It's I don't know if you feel like that's a good way to introduce you, but I'm very excited I'm very excited to have you because I have as a longtime advocate of Palestinian emancipation, I have seen your journey and your transformation, and it's something that I admire. I think it's very courageous, but also the way you've communicated about this, about both Palestine in The Message, your new book that just came out, but also the way you have carried yourself in these sometimes contentious media environments, I think is really wonderful, especially because you always try to do something that I always try to do as well, which is like use the privilege that you have and the space that you have and the social capital that you have to like reframe the conversation back to issues that matter, instead of engaging in the palace intrigue, engaging in like the stuff that is almost entirely too self-centered for Western media audiences. Like, oh, the way that what's the broad reception of Ta-Nehisi Coates like in Western media? Is that like no longer a positive thing? Where you always, I notice, take that conversation back to issues that really matter, like speaking for people who do not have a voice in the Western media landscape, and even if you have like a meta-analysis or a meta-conversation about this the lack of visibility for Palestinians in Western media, you still oftentimes I feel like recognize that you're not the perfect person to be having these conversations, and that in and of itself is a problem as well, that like there is no Palestinian visibility, like direct Palestinian American visibility in mainstream outlets in the same way that it exists for people who are pro-Israel. Anyway, I talked a lot. Sorry, it is what I do. I do have a tendency to do that.
It's the privilege of having a show.
I'm fanboying a little bit, and I'm not very good at this sort of thing. But I wanted to start off with your own personal journey. You wrote about very famously about reparations, making a case for reparations for Black Americans, and you used Israel as an example. So let's start off there. How did that work for you? Like, how did you arrive at this initially?
Yeah, I mean, what I'll say is I think like the challenge of writing is you have to draw a straight line when things are not necessarily always a straight line. And so I think it's really important that a couple of things be acknowledged. I came from a community of activism. My dad was in the Panther Party. My mom was very politically conscious. And so, yeah, I came from a household that probably did not have the most detailed understanding of what was happening in Palestine, but definitely understood themselves as Black Americans and Black people as an oppressed group, and saw that in Palestinians. And saw the Israelis, much as white Americans here were identified as the oppressive class here, saw the same thing in the Israelis. These thoughts and these notions were in my around, and and even when I was at Howard, they were around. One of the difficulties is though when you go into the kind of journalism I was going into, and particularly at that moment, I think there were two things. I think one, to a degree that I probably did not understand and appreciate. There is a kind of mainstream journalism that is in direct reaction to some of the more idealistic impulses of the left. And I don't say idealistic as a slur, but the notion is, I think, among certain people that those of us who really do believe in changing the world, those of us who really do believe, like in the household I came up in, that something really truly radical needs to happen to make this world a more fair and a more just place, that kind of analysis falls down under the work of details. Like that's just a kind of baseline, I think, sort of understanding. So, even in making the case for reparations, I was myself working against that. Now I was working against it in a very, sort of particular way. But you're always trying to make your case to people who, don't necessarily, think as you do and don't come up thinking as you do. And part of that is making it as concrete as you possibly can. I was in a newsroom where there were no other Black editors and maybe one other Black writer at that point, but maybe also not. There certainly weren't any Palestinian American editors or writers. And if there were Arab American editors, I didn't know it. It's possible they were there and I just didn't, it went right over my head or whatever. But certainly no one who would have had an experience critical of or skeptical of Zionism, except me, and the one I had in my house, had hands on that piece of journalism. And so it was just a case, first of all, where I did something that I advise my writing students to never do in the message, and that is you draw conclusions about something that you have not been sufficiently curious about. And what I would say is I was at that point in time, and I guess still am, working in a milieu where there was a kind of just default Zionism. This is not a thought out Zionism. It's not I have developed strong notions or strong feelings, but it's the belief that there is a group of people in this world who have suffered some 2,000 years of oppression, and that somehow a state is justice to make up for that oppression, which is the oppression is very, very real. I think the state as a kind of make good is another question. And then the other half of it is probably something that you've experienced and talked about quite a bit, and that is that there is considerable amount of pressure to remain incurious, to not ask questions.
Yeah.
To not, ask why. And, whatever my faults were in that piece, and it was an extensive one, I felt like I had my own personal reparation to make. And when, for me as a writer, what that means is then, asking questions, evincing that kind of curiosity, that was not in that piece. It took 10 years to do that, but that's what that large second half of the message actually is.
Yeah. So can you walk me through the aspects of this journey that that revolve around self-reflection? Because let me present you with my way of viewing the world, and maybe we'll come to an agreement. But something that you actually just mentioned is like the default position that a lot of people take for granted in terms of the way people look at Zionism, right? Where they're like, or the way people analyze Israel, where they're like, no, this is the most moral nation. It has to exist. What are you talking about? This is a democracy. This is the only democracy in the Middle East. Now, of course, the truth is very different than that, but a lot of people don't examine it because that's all they've seen, and they take that information for granted. And I think this type of social conditioning exists for bigotries of every sort, and it is a byproduct of the white supremacist systems that we exist under, in my opinion, where a lot of people, I think, take for granted white supremacist tendencies that they might have, like anti-black tendencies that they might have. And I think it requires self-examination, but that's why I'm always very charitable to people that maybe even engage in like microaggressions, right? Every now and then. Because I understand that as long as they have this charity, as long as they are on a journey of learning and self-reflection, I get where their starting position is. And it's the same for the way people analyze Israel, and it's the same for the way people even analyze or the way people look at domestic affairs. And I think it's important to have that charity for others and recognize why people that don't examine these sorts of things, like why they might develop this attitude, whether it be for Israel or anything else.
Yeah, Hassan, I agree with that. But what I would add to that is there is also a tendency when criticism is not voiced in a way that you would like, in a way that makes you feel good about yourself, in a way that does not, that wounds you. There is a tendency among writers, and particularly writers with privilege and power, to immediately go into their shell and become defensive because somebody has said something in a way that they didn't like. The beginnings of this, for me, in terms of the message, is not somebody politely pulling me aside behind stage and saying, I'm a huge fan of your work and I really love you and you're the greatest writer on earth, but you just did this one little thing. I got critiqued. I got yelled at. Was it fun?
Rina Khan, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, she was one. But also, There was a professor who actually, the first thing I actually saw, I did see that, and that was, obviously, in that environment was significant and important and took quite a bit of courage. But my now friend, Dalton Conley, who wrote, I'm sorry, Nathan Conley, Dalton Conley, Nathan Conley, who's a professor at Johns Hopkins, who, wrote, a piece very, very early on critiquing it. And, what I'm trying to say is, names aside, is I think more writers, when they see a group of people yelling at them, or when they see somebody yelling at them, I think a lot of us could be less dismissive about that. You're right. I do think it's good to be charitable, but I also think, when you have power, when you have the ability, when you have, as I did at that time, the cover of the Atlantic, that's a lot of power, man. That's a lot of power. And so with that, should come some charity from our part too. And I wish that was more evident. I wish that was more evident.
Yeah. No, I love the way you've navigated and so publicly navigated in this space, and the very fact that you have expended some social capital, I think, in this process. And I also do think that you understand, just as I do, and I'm a communicator by trade as well, that ultimately it's nothing it's nothing as far as like saying the truth and constantly working in pursuit of the truth, but also nothing in comparison to, I think, the daily experiences that Palestinians go through living under permanent occupation and apartheid, and currently surviving a genocide. So I think it's what's up?
Can I just very gently push back against this social capital thing, if I could?
Okay. Yeah.
So like I think it's worth. I guess I feel two ways about it. I feel like I understand what you're saying, and I think it's true. But I would like, if you and your audience will understand something about me, and that is, I come from an experience where the things that it may seem like I would be rewarded for as a writer, most people just kind of don't care too much about. Most people who are in my life, most people who I love, most people who I, probably feel the most loyal to. I mean, they're happy, that, I'm being read by a lot of people. They're happy if I get an award. They're happy, if I'm on a certain show. But it is not how they ascribe value to who I am. And what I mean by that, or why I'm saying that, is those are the people to whom I'm accountable to. Those are the people who will ultimately, judge me. And so it's like there are a circle of people around me who exert more weight than any booker for any show, or any sort of editor at any magazine, who are not writers and who are not particularly public people, but would be deeply disappointed in me if I were not proceeding in an ethical way. And I look, I don't, obviously this is our first time talking, but I've seen you on a number of shows at this point beyond your own show. And my sense is you did not get on those shows by trying to get on those shows, that you got on those shows actually by being loyal to something that was here. You know what I mean? It actually had nothing to do with, with whatever. And I just think that's important to reflect. You know what I mean? I think it's important as if we're doing an unk off here, to all the young nephews and nieces, coming up. Like I think it's important. Like, you can be loyal to other things. You know what I'm saying? And you can take that whole social capital conversation, and not make it core to, who you are and what's important to you.
No, the only reason why I mentioned that is because it's not for you in particular, but it's for the way I look at this. Like, people benefit from leaning into pre-existing hierarchies and not really disrupting them, and not really coming out with like bold declarative statements. It can sometimes be a gap in education or your personal experiences, like understanding what apartheid looked like until experiencing it with firsthand accounts, which I do want to get to in a second. Or it can be, in other instances, like a cynical way where you know what the truth is, but you choose not to reveal it or not to talk about it because you are worried about advancement. You're worried about your career taking a downturn. And I think that there are a lot of people who are cynical in that regard, especially in the media landscape. So I do admire people who who will openly say, I was wrong in the past and I'm making up for it now, because I think that's necessary and I think that's healthy. I think it's a healthy attitude to have. And I think people have that attitude in their interpersonal relationships.
Yes.
But the way they carry themselves both online and in the media landscape, there is no reward for it. And because there is no reward for it, and the reward is just simply saying the truth, right? But people do end up getting somewhat punished for it, and you only get rewarded if you double down on speaking, on telling an alternative narrative that you might even know is not entirely true. That's the reason why I am explaining to people that are listening that there is value here, and that's what I mean. Because, like, if I'm going to be very real, if I'm going to be brutally honest, you could have continued never speaking about Israel ever again. You could have changed your perception. You could have changed your mind. No, I know, but I'm saying that, like, in an alternative scenario, in an alternative universe, where there's a different Ta-Nehisi Coates who saw the truth and was still more personally invested in continuing to have like a media career that he cares about. Some people do care about these things. Clearly, I think the vast landscape is dominated by people that are careerists, that are personally invested in their own success and don't necessarily have this ambition to speak the truth, no matter how hard, no matter how difficult that task may be. And that's why I think it's important to be honest, and highlight that. Now,
and I appreciate that, brother. I do.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I don't want to come off as unappreciative.
That ultimately is still, and this is something that I also want to stress, is still inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, because what you are trying to do, I think, is exactly what I've also been trying to do on a multitude of different issues, which is utilizing the privilege that you have and utilizing the privilege that I have for offering a voice to people that are otherwise voiceless, while simultaneously also saying you shouldn't be the person to even, like, the very fact that you yourself are the messenger, right? In this process, it, I think, shows a gap, an asymmetry that is worthy of criticism in and of itself. The fact that it's the fact that there is no entrenched Palestinian position in any Western media operation is a issue that's worthy of criticism in and of itself. And I think you do a great job of pointing that out as well in this process.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And I think, well, on the one hand, it obviously makes it easier to inflict apartheid, to inflict genocide in service of apartheid. It also makes it easier because Americans are dumber for it. We are more ignorant for not hearing from that person. We don't, understand. We don't get a clear picture of. I mean, you kind of, hinted at it when you started off this conversation. This whole, and this is what I meant by default Zionism. Like, this vocabulary just kind of goes uncritiqued. Only democracy in the Middle East has the right to defend itself.
Yeah.
Has the right to exist, and it's just said so much that it just becomes part of the milieu and the air, and nobody says, you know what I mean? Well, hold up. Well, what actually is a democracy? Is this actually democratic? Is it democratic to hold half of the population under your rule on a separate tier from the other half? What part of democracy is that? The right to defend itself, but the right to defend itself from what? The right to exist. The right to exist as what? As what?
Yeah.
And so I think, like, those kind of second level, third level questions are shunted off in favor of these kind of cute, catchphrases. And what happens is, because those questions don't get asked, because reporters don't ask them, man. I mean, and this is, what I was saying earlier. I just want to be, absolutely clear about this. We failed on this because those second level and third level questions do not get asked of representatives. Viewers and readers are dumber for it. They're dumber for it. And it's incredibly sad. It's incredibly sad. I can only give what I saw and what I read over the past year preparing this work. But there are people who have imbibed the collective wisdom of living under it. I mean, one of the critiques I got was, well, you were only over there for 10 days. You're correct. I wish you would get somebody on there that has lived their life over there under it. I will happily step aside for that person.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's an insidious thought terminating like linguistic thing that people utilize, and sometimes it masquerades as like innocent, innocuous, but it is actually serving a very dangerous purpose overall, which is to mask the systems of violence that the daily existence of apartheid require. You cannot maintain an apartheid without a constant surveillance state. You cannot maintain an apartheid without constant violence, without checkpoints. Things that you saw, it only took you maybe not even 10 days. I assume it took you just one day to immediately recognize what was going on. A similar thing happened to Jamal Bowman as well when he went to the West Bank with J Street. And that was his wake up call, his moment of recognition. So could you talk a little bit about your experience in Hebron specifically, and just in the West Bank as well, that caused you to fully realize what was going on?
Yeah, it's very painful. First of all, Hebron is very poor. That's the first thing. And I should make that. Let me clarify that. Palestinians who live in the old city of Hebron are very poor. They're very poor because their shops and markets have been completely shut down. Because every step that they take is patrolled, and they have to navigate a series of checkpoints and security. And the checkpoints take various forms. The gates. Sometimes it's just a soldier standing there. I watched a soldier with a huge automatic rifle turn back two kids as they made their way to school. And this kind of surveillance, this kind of violent surveillance is not true of everyone who lives in the old city of Hebron. It's true of Palestinians who live in the old city of Hebron. And so for somebody who was reared on stories of Jim Crow, who came up under that as a collective experience, as an African American, first of all, you drive to, Hebron. We were coming from Jerusalem, East Jerusalem, to get there. And we are driving on roads that are delineated for Palestinians. And there are separate roads delineated for Jewish citizens or citizens of Israel and Jewish settlers of the West Bank. Those roads are not the same quality, are not the same, efficiency. One is more circuitous than the other. One is direct, the other is not. We are driving past homes in which you can clearly see the difference between a settlement and where Palestinians live. They're denoted by, the red groups that we learn to look out for the settlers. You talk to people who live in those Palestinian villages, and you understand that everything down to the very water that they drink and bathe with is segregated and is different, and the apportionment that they get is very different from those in settlements. I mean, this was made very, very clear to me because you have whole settlements where they have country clubs. People have whole swimming pools. And you would be less than a mile away where Palestinians live, and you would have a situation where folks had huge tanks on their roofs where they had to store water because they didn't know if they were going to have enough water for the week. And so, we take this segregated path, these segregated roads to Hebron, and we have more rights to navigate on the street than people who live there, than people whose parents live there, than people whose grandparents and great grandparents live there. I've told the story, several times of being, stopped by a security officer or army officer, whatever he was, about the age of my son, who demanded that I tell him my religion in order to be let pass. And this is actually more complicated and more sinister than it sounds, because if I got to the point where my grandmother was a Christian and he let me pass, but had I had an Arabic name, had I had an Arabic look about me, or had I been, Palestinian, I wouldn't have got past at all. For instance, why a Palestinian Christian? My religion would not matter. See, this is when start buttressing up against the racism and understand that even though somebody's asking a question about religion, they really aren't asking, do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? That's not what they're asking. They're asking you something totally, completely different, and asking you to comply with something totally and completely different. And so it was made clear to me, throughout, my entire 10 days, there. And I spent the first 5 with a tour that was primarily led by Arabs and Palestinian Americans from the Levant, from the area, and then the second half, led by a group of dissident Israelis who had served in the IDF. And the clarity of it was just, I've said this before. I went there thinking, I will see something that I probably will not approve of, but it'll be hard for me to disentangle this from that. It's not hard to disentangle at all. It's not like, I could, send anybody over. You don't need a degree, in Middle East studies. You don't need, to be, fluent in Arabic and Hebrew to understand what's going on. It's that clear. And making it complex, portraying it as though you need, all of these degrees or this erudition to understand why people should not be discriminated against is part and parcel to the evil of the system. Every system of oppression says that it's too complex for outsiders to understand. It's nothing unique about Israel in that respect.
Yeah. So speaking of the complexity narrative, actually, one thing that I wanted to touch on, aside from your personal experiences and writing the message, going back to, I guess, the reception where you were interviewed very famously by Tony DeCoppel and I forget the names of the other people involved in the interview. I believe it was a CBS Mornings. It was a Gail King and
Gail King and Nate Burleson.
Yeah.
Nate Burleson,
so Tony DeCoppel basically took control over that interview and did something that I guess upset even other people involved in the editorial process at CBS, where they thought that this did not meet the standard of a normal interview for someone who wrote a book. It was rather contentious and dare I say a little inappropriate, especially when Tony said something along the lines of like, your book is the things that you're saying in the book are things that you would find in the backpack of an extremist. Like, this is imagery that invokes a certain kind of attitude, that you were saying things that were far too radical. Now, aside from that, and aside from like the additional chaos that unfolded internally at CBS, and I think that that division between, I think, like younger members of the media versus older editorial staffers and executives at the highest levels of these companies, that exists in American society pretty broadly. And there's like polling to suggest that as well. Under the age of 35, you see a very different attitude towards Israel and Palestine versus over the age of 35. But outside of that, I think there's something that Tony utilized in that interview where he tried to get you to I think feel like you were biased or one-sided because you were not contextualizing the necessity of apartheid, which is a narrative that you hear so frequently in media, in Western media broadly, where you always see a member of the Israeli occupying force immediately contextualize the violence that is unfolding in front of our eyes. This is something that was happening so frequently in the early month of October in 2023, where you would have Jonathan Conkuncrius or any number of different people that are specifically tasked with going on CNN, sitting across from Jake Tapper, and in English, openly stating why these children had to be killed, like, and why there is a necessity for this violence. And I think that is the dominating attitude in Western media, and I think it provides a disservice. So how did you feel about Like, how do you feel about the contextualization narrative that, like, no, you can't simply cover one aspect. You can't simply cover a victim-centered conversation. You can't have a victim-centered conversation without explaining why this violence and this dominance has to occur. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel that the ruling strategies and policies and governance of Israel have much more in common with systems of oppression than people think. I mean, to put it bluntly, I mean, people put that out there, like, to say, okay, this is why this is not apartheid, or this is why this is not Jim Crow. In fact, they sound more like, Jim Crow than, they imagine. People didn't say we need to segregate South Carolina or segregate Mississippi or segregate, Georgia because we are evil and we want to do horrible things to Black people. That's not what they said. They said, look at the crime rates here. Look at this. Look at what these people are doing. Look at how savage they are. They're going to do X, Y, and Z to us. They're going to do this. They had reasons. It's more complicated than you think. You know what I mean? It's not just black and white. That's what they would say. And when people came south and said, this is barbaric, this is horrific, they would say, you don't live down here like us. You don't understand the Negro the way we understand the Negro. It's the same thing they say to me when I go over there for 10 days. It's the exact same thing. They said, you don't understand. You don't live down here. You're not from here. You haven't spent enough time here. If you spent enough time here, you would understand why we have to lynch, rape, and kill these people. And it's a very, similar narrative, right now. It's not that everybody wants to be the hero in their own story. There's always a complicating, reason for why somebody has to, do something. But, I think for me, and this is very, very hard, I think, to get across. And I tried to get it across on CBS. There are things that I'm just against, period. And there's no context that'll make it okay. I'm against eating children. There's no context that's going to make me say,
what if they're delicious?
How you would do that. Right. Right. No, there's no context. I mean, unless facetiously, like I've said, I said this on CBS, I'm against the death penalty. If you told me this person killed 1,000 people, I don't care. I'm still against it. So there is no thing you were going to tell me that Hamas did or that Palestinians did that will make me okay with apartheid. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's just nothing that, you know what I mean? That's a principle thing that cannot be put into context and then made okay. There is no context for slavery for me.
Yeah.
There's no context where it becomes okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's I mean, that is exactly what a lot of people try to communicate. And I think when you get into the weeds of things, even very educated people who have seen the violence or who have seen the apartheid and recognize it as such, like Ezra Klein, for example, of the New York Times, in your conversation with him, which I thought was fantastic. And I like Ezra. I think I've I have my disagreements with him, but I think over the course of years of listening to him, especially on the New York Times, I've maybe developed a parasocial relationship with him somehow where, I get where he's coming from and I appreciate it. But in that conversation, I think you had a couple moments where you wouldn't let him get away with certain blind spots that he had. Again, it comes across as innocuous. And I think in Ezra's case, it is truly innocuous. I don't think he's ideologically saying I'm committed to liberal Zionism as a project. And that's why I think the West Bank is a separate thing than the broader practices of Israel. But there was this contextualization where he said, Hamas terrorists, but then talked about right-wing settlers. And that, I think, is certainly a part of this process as well, where I like that you wouldn't let him get away with that statement. You wouldn't let that statement hang on its own, that there is a humanizing principle with the way we interpret allies of America, where they're just people that we have disagreements with, right? People that we can maybe even reason with, regardless of how fundamentalist they might be. and I think it neutralizes the conversation. It almost puts it on the same playing field. And I was wondering what your opinion was on that. Where, like, I'm not even talking about the political designation of terrorism and its practical use in American politics, but I'm simply saying, like, even normalizing the playing field or equalizing the playing field and making it seem as though a group of people that have existed under permanent occupation their whole lives, that have been dominated their whole lives by this brutal occupation and its practices, and their emancipatory goals are cast aside as like the unrealistic and intrinsically violent actions of a barbaric force, right? And I think there is a lot of analogies to old colonial propaganda, old colonial language, whether it be the atrocity propaganda that was added on to the already horrific actions that did take place on October 7, right? This notion that these are barbaric savages. How do you feel about these conversations that take place both behind closed doors and in public with people that are, I think, more like-minded with individuals such as yourself and myself, like closer to us in understanding the truth?
Yeah, I think there is a bias towards officialdom. There's a bias towards authority. Uh, it was like I think it's like now kind of dawned on people after seeing so many cell phone videos that cops lie. But cops didn't just recently start lying. You lived in a community like I came up in. You knew the cops lied. What happens is, though, the press will have a cops beat. Like when I was coming up, that was the thing you did. Like you wanted to work at the Washington Post or the New York Times. You had a cops beat. And what that necessarily means in the practice of journalism is you are dependent on the cops for your information. And even though, in your mind you're being objective, you are dependent on the cops in a way you aren't on the people that they are, quote unquote, at war with. Okay. That's different. That immediately structurally sets up something different in terms of how you cover people. When you're embedded, you know what I mean? And during a war with the soldiers, you are not going to cover them the way you're covering the people that they're fighting. It's just not. You're not covering, the people that you literally are with day in and day out, and that you're embedded with. Embedded, you think about that verb, in the same way that you are the people that are fighting. And so these kind of biases creep through. And I think there's a similar thing, with our journalists, when you start getting to a certain level, because I have to be honest with you, Hassan. This is the hard thing for me to reckon with that I still haven't, figured out. And I'll say two things. The first thing I will say is there's a deference to the president of the United States. There's a deference to congressmen. There's a deference to senators. There's a deference to people who are in these official positions. I think that extends to the state of Israel in a way that it does not extend to people who are fighting the state. So two groups of people can do the same barbaric thing, right? But because one has, the kind of sheen of officialdom, because one can put out, fancy press releases that say this was a precision strike, that can, deploy vocabulary that makes it look like either, we didn't target the hospital, or the hospital actually, was a hotbed of attacks or whatever, because it has its machine, to make it look like, whereas if the quote unquote terrorists just bombed the hospital, you know what I mean? This kind of deference would not be given. So that's the first thing. And that is probably the most, sympathetic version of I can give. The one that I am still curious about, I have not figured out, and maybe, you'll be a lot clearer on this than I am. And maybe I'm still reckoning with my own stuff. That is to say, to the extent to which the press is itself an extension of empire. In other words, this is not a misunderstanding. This is not, the kind of, sort of unintentional bias that I, sort of laid out. But there's something else going on, and the thing that I think about most is, many years ago, when it was revealed that this country was waterboarding, people in its custody. And the New York Times, in a practice that it would, had heretofore called torture, would now use the language of the White House and say enhanced interrogation.
Enhanced interrogation.
Like, that's objectivity? What is that?
I mean, it's
what is that, man?
I much like many other people, I grew up in Turkey, so I have a very different attitude towards American empire and its oftentimes very violent ways of operation. So I wasn't sheltered from that, and I didn't grow up with the American exceptionalist attitude. And so that definitely factored into my understanding of the world for sure. But outside of that, I think Noam Chomsky was the way I viewed him. It was like a guy who gets it, right? And I think many people have recognized his positions, especially laid out in Manufacturing Consent, as fairly prescient and very instructive in understanding the way that the media operates. I think that very much exists for all forms of oppression. Like, the media's sole purpose in many instances, and this is not intentional. This is not like people aren't like, I am a card-carrying defender of the State Department, and that's why I'm doing this. I think a lot of people are ideologically committed. I think a lot of people are victims to social conditioning, and those people get elevated through this process within the media, and that's why they are much more willing to play ball. Access journalism is one aspect of this, as you also called out, and I think the other one is just people who simply are intellectually uncurious to dive deeper. You see this in many instances, like the notion that, and I talk to a lot of journalists privately about this stuff in very reputable legacy publishers, where I'm always like, since October 2023, I've constantly asked, like, why does your outlet not feature any of the many Hamas Al-Qassam Brigade updates that are regularly being put out there through Telegram groups? Like, does this have no journalistic value? Like, you don't have to agree with Hamas, but I think it serves a very important purpose to understand the logical through line. And it's seen as like insane to even suggest this. It's not even it's a non-starter. Many people don't do this. And I think that is precisely how you arrive at this false notion that many Americans, if they don't follow social media, if they haven't recognized the humanity of Palestinians, if they only get their information from mainstream media, that's how they constantly find themselves confused in this process, because the president is saying Hamas is actually spoiling the ceasefire negotiations that Israel is on board with, that everybody voted on in the United Nations. And yet that is not the truth. But it's still repeated by Anthony Blinken, and it's still uncritically reported on by mainstream sources. And I think ultimately that causes a lot of people to feel stupid and confused by this process. And especially if they're getting this other information in this day and age, when there are so many outlets, even myself included, that have audience sizes and reach that is almost equivalent to these television networks, where they can get this information. All of a sudden, they recognize that there is this inconsistency, and that I think plays into the crisis of credibility that mainstream outlets have right now. And as someone who values mainstream media, I always urge whoever will listen to hear me out and say, like, you're dropping the ball at a time, especially when nascent fascism is on the come up in many Western liberal democracies, ours included. that there is a role that real adversarial journalism must play in pursuit of the truth, and losing an entire generation, losing credibility with an entire generation is, I think, a terrifying prospect.
Part of what makes this difficult is if I were to look at this in the history of newspapers and media in this country, um, from the perspective of my ancestors, I would not conclude that American media has distinguished itself in doing what you are assigning here. That is to say, it is impossible to understand the history of lynching and racist terrorism in this country without understanding how newspapers actually abetted it. Not
Yeah.
poorly covered it, abetted it. There is, if the Black freedom struggle has been core to the larger freedom struggle in this country, and you ask yourself how media has handled that, you're not going to come away with good answers. And so I think part of the problem is what one might want to see out of these publications. There's no real history. Like there's no lengthy, history. They're articles, you know what I mean? And even now, and I got to be really careful about this, man, because like I like one of the things I'm thinking about is how I started recently, for instance, picking up the New York Times in paper versus reading it off my phone, and it's a very different experience that I have. There are a number of really hardworking journalists working there.
Oh yeah.
And I can see that. Like that is much more evident than it is than when I'm just kind of flicking through my phone. So I don't want to be overly broad here. But what I will say, especially about this topic here that we're talking about, it just isn't a long history of folks distinguishing themselves, man. I mean, it's like there's no past to go back to ask for, that thing. It has to be imagined, and it has to be, different. The one difference I will say is that in the past, because of social media, because of the internet, there just wasn't as much competition, and so they had to do less. Because you owned a newspaper in your town and you dominated that town, or you owned one or two newspapers and you competed with one other person, and that was basically it. 2 or 3 news magazines, and that was it. And so it's a very, very different world now. And my hope is that, part of the catching up will be exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. You're absolutely correct when you say that there is a long history of upholding unjust systems by the media. And I think the change here is that something I stress, at least like with what I have seen in my 10 years of public advocacy for Palestinian emancipation, is the attitude shift in the Western world by populations, not necessarily by the same like institutions that are desperately trying to cling on to the old way of doing things and trying to defend Israel unconditionally, but simply talking about like the audience's reception to this, to what is actually going on. That has changed dramatically, and I think that we are in a unique moment where there is an opportunity for people to clearly speak to the humanity of the victims, whereas no such opportunity existed in the past. No such opportunity was given because the landscape was entirely dominated. Oh my God, my mom is here and she is so loud in the background. Anne, please turn off the door thing. It is, oh my God. My whole family is here all the time. That's
sorry. My wife was just making coffee or something. In the background.
Yeah, it's madness over here in the background. Luckily, no one can hear it because I have a crazy noise gate on my microphone.
I can't hear any of it.
But the point I was trying to make is that there is an opportunity for the first time ever, I think, for people to recognize it. Whereas like the global South, people living in countries that are outside of the immediate sphere of American influence, people that are not directly in the heart of empire, they've always known what settler colonialism looks like. You do not have to make an argument to them as to what Israel was doing was wrong. They recognized it immediately. and many other people that have actually been long committed to the struggle against apartheid, like in South Africa, including Nelson Mandela himself, that recognized that this was a dual struggle, that no one was free until Palestinians were free. Nelson Mandela also famously was on the terror watch list until 2008. And I think the changes, however, is that people that, like, the populations living in the Western world, especially younger generations, are shifting their attitude towards this. And I think that while change doesn't happen overnight, I do think that things are certainly changing for the better. So I do hold out hope, regardless of how devastating and dire the situation has been in Lebanon, and now even in Syria as well, where Israel has decided to bomb different Syrian positions and occupy parts of Syria as well in this defensive posture. It's always, like you said, security concerns. Israel's security concerns trump everything else. Everybody has security concerns, We don't believe it when Russia says they have security concerns, and that's why they had to occupy Ukraine. That's a ridiculous argument. We don't believe the denazification narratives when Vladimir Putin is engaging in irredentist action. So why do we believe it when Israel presents that as the exact same reason? And I think people see that. Sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to add two things. First of all, like I do think you're right about the optimism. And I there has been a long, painful, lonely struggle waged by Palestinians in Palestine and Palestinians in the broader diaspora to get people to see. And it appears to be bearing fruit here in America. And so I do think that's a very positive development. I think this.
Okay. All right. I believe we are back. Perfect. Okay. I fixed it in real time. That was weird. I don't know what happened there. That was an odd situation, but we're back. Okay. Sorry if you can go back to that last point that you were making.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, we present ourselves as the kind of savior of the Jewish people. Like, we fought World War II, stopped Hitler as he perpetrated, a genocide, and prevented him from, killing more people. But our actual history is much more complicated. The fact of the matter is, even after well, first of all, we got into the war because of Pearl Harbor. That's the first thing. But the second thing is, even after World War II, there was not a strong and robust movement for taking in what was called then the displaced persons, many of whom obviously were Jewish, who had been driven from their homes and were survivors of a genocide. There was not a strong and robust. On the contrary, there were movements to restrict and cap the number of people that America took in and provided shelter for. And so our relationship to the Jewish people has been complicated, is the nicest way I can say. We are, this notion of us, as savior is complicated and ambiguous. I say that to say, I just, support for what Israel is doing over there and what it has done. I don't know that it's unrelated to our lack of support, in the past. I don't know if that's guilt. I don't know what that is. But it's you end up in some really perverse situations. I guess this is true throughout the West, right? So Masha Gessen, ends up, writing critically about Israel. She's Jewish herself, descendant of Holocaust survivors, and she finds herself censored. What? You know what I mean? When you have Jewish writers actually who are anti, quote unquote anti-Israel, and thus, being, pumped up on anti-Semitism or whatever. That it's like, what are we actually defending here? What is actually being fought for here?
Well, I think, like, aside from the possible, like, idealism of the situation of the analysis, I think that my analysis on this is always going to factor in a materialist perspective. I think that it's Israel has throughout time and throughout history played different roles for American empire, and they've been a Cold War ally. They have been a punisher of the misbehaving Gulf nation oil states. And most importantly, I think they have been an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region that America wants to dominate. I think that is the continuation of the early Christian Zionist project, even before Theodore Herzl, that we took over from the British basically and have continued. That's, I think, where it comes from ultimately. It's not like a lot of this other stuff in terms of like maybe the guilt or even I think something that a lot of Western Christians do is I think try to cast aside the collective guilt of both the Holocaust and centuries of pogroms over to this new, more valid target to cast the entirety of the Muslim world as operating on these like ancient anti-Semitic attitudes, when history has shown, and maybe this is me being Turkish and hyping up the Ottoman Empire a little bit unjustly, but history has shown that Jewish people did live in this region, and the Ottoman Empire was broadly seen as a safe haven for Jews in times of like the Spanish Inquisition, for example. So like, I think that there is this way of basically saying like, don't look at what we have done in the past, in our history, in our recent history. As a matter of fact, it's actually those Arabs those Muslims that are like deeply anti-Semitic, and we have to fight against them. You see this most, you see this, I think, glaring hypocrisy in Germany, where they have this white guilt style collective guilt towards the Holocaust, and instead of addressing it, examining it, understanding it, I think that they have very quickly cast this aside. And you hear people like these fascist movements saying that these Muslims are importing anti-Semitism into our country, and I'm like, it's insane to say that as a German person who was like, who was one generation removed from the perpetrators of the Holocaust, like. And I think that plays a role that suits the Zionist project's purposes. It plays a role in having consistent support from Western nations that Israel needs. And I think something that you also have talked about that I agree with, it is, I think, correct, is that this isn't just Israel's actions. This is our actions, because Israel would not be able to exist in the violent ways that it does without our endless support. America provides 69% of all weapons that Israel uses. That means it's our bombs. It's our targeting systems that are responsible for the killing. It's our tax dollars that are paying for it. It's the political capital that we expend in the global stage to consistently defend and to shelter Israel from worthy scrutiny, from any sort of legal repercussions, as a matter of fact. And that's it. It would not happen if it wasn't for America's allowance. So I don't think, that's why I get very mad, aside from like the obvious bigotries of anti-Semitism being a canary in the coal mine of fascism, I get very mad when I see people talk about this in terms of like Judaism and how this is like somehow ties back to Jews across the board, when it's like, or Israel is dog walking America on the global stage, like Benjamin Netanyahu owns Congress. Like, I understand why people feel that way. But aside from this being a dangerous bigotry, it's just, in the simplest terms, incorrect. It's just wrong. There is no world where Israel could behave this way if it wasn't for constant American protection. They are doing this because we allow them to do it. They're doing this because we want them to do it. Anyway, I also now have another interview lined up with Lina Khan after this, so I apologize. Okay. Sorry. This was a fantastic conversation. I really, really want to do this again. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
And my mom is bothering me. I have to say this. I want you to tell him I got his book for the content and fell in love with his writing. That's what my mom said. So high marks from a fellow academic, my mom.
Oh, thank you. Hassan's mom. And the writing is the point, so I appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I hope to have you on once again in the near future. All right.
Have a good one.
Bye.
All right.
That was Ta-Nehisi Coates, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to now move on to the conversation. It's a conversation with Lina Khan, the commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission, the trust buster herself. Okay, this is a back-to-back killer content day. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, what's going on? Okay. Oh, wow, what an honor to have you here today. Let me just put you on screen as well so we can. All right, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the regulator, the trust buster herself, FTC Commissioner Lina Khan is in the building. This is spectacular. Thank you so much for coming on. And it is a joy to have you here. It is actually a momentous time to have you here as well, as breaking news just came out approximately half an hour ago that a judge has blocked Kroger's $24.6 billion merger with Albertsons, where the judge sided with the FTC, finding that the deal would reduce competition for U.S. grocery shoppers. Not sure if you want to speak on that at all. I don't know. I mean, it is breaking. But thank you so much for coming on.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's so great to be here with you. And yeah, I was just literally before I jumped on this reading the opinion that we just got from this judge in Oregon. This was the largest proposed supermarket merger in U.S. history. It's still in litigation, so limited what I can say. But this is a big win for the FTC.
Hell yeah! So you are, I think, one of the unsung heroes who is criminally underrated in the Biden administration and did not, in my opinion, get the worthy praise that you and your team deserved. Having said that, I wanted to talk to you about a lot of the. I wanted to talk to you about a lot of the issues that you've tackled. But before we get to that, if you don't mind, is it possible for you to describe maybe what you do and what the concept of trusts are or monopolies are and how they come about in America?
Yeah, happy to. So I serve as chair of the Federal Trade Commission. This is a federal agency that was created 110 years ago. We actually just celebrated our 110th birthday. And the agency was created basically against the backdrop of the robber barons, right? The industrial trusts. So think like the meat trust, the steel trust, the oil trust. And basically what had happened was we'd had the Industrial Revolution, all of these great technological advances, these new technologies, but simultaneously a lot of concentration of power in the hands of a relatively few number of individuals and firms. At that time, the way that these monopolies were organized as businesses were kind of trusts, hence antitrust, hence trust busting. But the basic idea was really one that goes back to all the way to the founding, which was if what we care about is Americans being free and having real liberty and not having to worry about the arbitrary exercise of power, you need to have safeguards against the state. And our Constitution does that in terms of checks and balances. But you also need to have safeguards against tyrants of trade, as they were called, as of private monopolies, because you need to safeguard against concentration of private power as well. Because, the way people experience freedom in their day-to-day lives is less through interacting on an ongoing daily basis with their government representative, but is through all of these commercial interactions and transactions and economic relationships. And so if you allow bullying and coercion to be okay in our economic realm, that's really going to undermine people's experience of freedom and liberty, right? And so the principles of antitrust and anti-monopoly are actually foundational to our country as a democracy. So that's kind of the original vision. Our agency is small. We're like 1,300 people, but we have oversight across the entire economy. We have a fantastic team. Under this administration, we've really been trying to reinvigorate how the agency enforces the law, uses its tools, and really turn the page on a approach since the Reagan years that had assumed that kind of big is always better and that somehow monopolies are going to deliver lower prices and be better for us. And I think we're just living with reams of reality that contradict that. And so we need to update how we enforce the law too.
Can we talk about that a little bit? Because I feel like this is directly against the normal understanding of trust, both universally in other OECD nations, but also specifically in America, throughout American history. The notion that I think the American conceptualization of monopolies and whether they are worthy of scrutiny or whether they're worthy of being busted, right, is entirely dependent on the consumer impact, right? I feel like this is different than just fundamentally how monopolies or oligopolies occur. That as long as the prices are low, as long as the prices are kept low, or at least if they like consistently increase, but only marginally year over year, that these monopolies should not be touched and are not worthy of any scrutiny whatsoever. Would you say that that is different than the attitude demonstrated by other countries?
I mean, the United States is kind of a leader in antitrust and anti-monopoly, and a lot of other countries have kind of adopted their laws, in more recent decades. And the U.S. has actually had an important role in influencing how other countries have done things. And it was really interesting when I came into this role and started interacting more with international enforcers. They were kind of taken aback because for decades now, U.S. enforcers had kind of been chiding other countries and saying, hey, you got to be nicer to your monopolies. And, under this administration, we were like, no, we're going to enforce the law. We need to, be really assertive. We need to protect the public from this type of law breaking. And you're right that there are different ways that monopolies can illegally abuse their power. Right? They can hike prices, they can depress wages, they can squash out entrepreneurs and new businesses. And I think what's been really perverse is that even if you say, okay, what the philosophy of the last 40 years was we're only going to address law violations by monopolies that they're raising prices, is that we've actually seen higher prices in a whole set of areas. And so that approach on its own terms seems to have failed in ways that created kind of the opening to come in and say, hey, we're going to, take a fresh look and reinvigorate things. Yeah.
Because the obvious elimination of competition is if you want to be the domineering force in a market, then inevitably when there's no more competition remaining, you get to set the prices, and you can slowly but surely, depending on how much you want to improve your profit margins, increase the prices, or at the very least, tackle certain other aspects of the productive forces, i.e., labor, and consistently make labor conditions worse and worse, or never really keep up never increase wages in a meaningful way. And I think it harms both workers, but it also ultimately inevitably harms the consumers as well. So obviously I am on a platform that's owned by Amazon, but I have to ask you, as someone who has been very critical of Jeff Bezos' practices and Amazon in general, so you wrote a formative work at, I believe, Yale Law School that specifically tackled Amazon as a monopoly. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that and what what that journey was that got you to become the commissioner of the FTC at such a young age.
Yeah, so I had a bit of a funny backdoor way into all of this work, which was I actually originally wanted to be a journalist and a reporter. I graduated during the financial crisis, where
Terrible profession.
jobs generally were hard.
You're doing so much more important work, I think.
But ended up kind of landing with a think tank that had a little bit more of a journalism bent to it. But my job was really to do research to understand had different industries and markets evolved over decades. And so my job was to document market structure, which can sound kind of technical. But basically, I was kind of doing deep dives into areas like agriculture, like book publishing, like airlines, like rental cars, like all sorts of commodity markets. And across the board, and somewhat of an underappreciated trend in our economy, has been one of systemic consolidation. So where decades ago in a particular market, you had dozens and dozens of competitors, today, in part through mergers and acquisitions, you've gone from dozens to just a handful. And sometimes this degree of consolidation can kind of be masked from people, because you can go to the grocery store and see dozens of brands, be it in laundry detergent or diapers or what have you. But actually, those dozens of brands are still only controlled by a handful of companies, right?
Yeah.
And so there can be this illusion of choice, and that consolidation and centralization of power was something that was really fascinating to me, especially since we had these laws on the books that were supposed to be anti-monopoly, but it seemed that some of these laws were instead now facilitating that very consolidation, monopolization. So I just became really fascinated in how did this happen? A lot of my job at that point also had involved just talking to regular people. So I spent a lot of time understanding how the chicken farming industry worked, where you basically have, millions of consumers on one side, thousands of farmers on the other, and they're actually just connected by a handful of these giant chicken processors. And so what that means practically is that if you're a chicken farmer in America, your entire livelihood can be dependent on the whims of a single company. And talking to these chicken farmers, you sensed a real sense of fear, honestly, about not wanting to get on the wrong side of this firm, about waking up one day and getting handed the sickly chicks instead of the healthy ones. And it was just an exercise of arbitrary power that our nation and our values are supposed to be against. And so fast forward, I decided to go to law school, ended up writing this paper that was in part informed by the conversations I had with investors and the small businesses that were selling on Amazon, and ended up writing a piece around how the governing framework of antitrust, I thought at that time, was not adequate for capturing the reality of how digital platforms in particular could amass and exercise monopoly power.
One of the predatory practices of Amazon that's pretty obvious for people is routinely trying to purchase using the algorithm that they have inside of their sales structure to figure out what products are actually working really well, and then as far as I understand, either trying to buy out these companies in its entirety, or if they don't play ball, if they want to retain ownership over their product, creating an alternative product, pushing the I believe it was a diaper, right? There's a diaper company, there's a story around a diaper company that's very famous, creating a Amazon basic version of that same product, pushing down within its own search function the competitive product, and also underpricing the new competitive product that they've made in an effort to basically destroy this smaller producer, with the hopes of either down the line purchasing them for pennies on the dollar, or just completely crippling them and bankrupting them. This practice of undercutting, I think, is commonplace in virtually every aspect of American industry, from Walmart coming into underserved neighborhoods and closing up shops, the mom and pop shops in general, and then when there's no more profit to be squeezed out in these underserved neighborhoods, just closing up shop and leaving entirely, leaving places like West Virginia, for example, without any sort of a grocery chain that they can rely on. And it's a pretty damaging practice, but it's oftentimes sheltered. It's oftentimes not immediately addressed. And I wanted to talk briefly about the communication strategies, because something that I've always been fascinated by is the invisible ways in which the government works that we kind of take for granted, from the FDA, all the regulatory agencies like the FDA down to the FTC, SEC, and or even like the National Weather Service, for example. Like we don't really factor in the ways in which like our lives are made better and improved by people like yourself. So how do we address that? What are some of the biggest W's, for example, that you have had with the FTC under your reign, under the Lina Khan regime, that you don't think has gotten like proper consideration?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a thrilling, 3.5 years, and I've been really fortunate to have a fantastic team at the agency. And honestly, we have delivered W after W for the American people. We took on patenting abuse, where we found that inhalers have been around for decades, but Americans are still paying hundreds of dollars for them, and generics have not been able to come into the market as much. Our team took a close look and figured out that part of why that is that some of these inhaler manufacturers are listing patents for things like the little piece of plastic on your inhaler.
Yeah.
And so we called that out. And then 3 of the 4 big inhaler manufacturers said they're going to drop how much Americans pay down from hundreds of dollars to just $35. We've taken on non-compete clauses. These are the contractual provisions in people's employment contracts that say, even after you leave your current employer, you can't go work for certain competitors. You can't go start your own competing business. These non-competes started off in the boardroom, but they now, are in employment contracts for janitors, security guards, fast food workers, people making minimum wage, doctors across the country, healthcare professionals across the country. And so we've taken on these coercive contracts. We passed a rule that would eliminate them. We've taken law enforcement action, resulting in thousands of non-competes being dropped. We're also just taking on some of the daily indignities that people experience. It can feel like just being a consumer in America today just does involve all of these small obstacles and barriers that really grate on you. Just to give you a few examples, we finalized a rule that would require companies make it as easy to cancel a subscription as it is to sign up for one, because we've seen that as more and more companies are switching to service-based revenue and subscriptions, they have an incentive to make it super easy to sign up and then absurdly difficult to cancel. And we've brought lawsuits, including against Amazon, against Adobe, against a whole set of companies that deliberately thwarted people being able to cancel. And this means that these companies are taking tens, if not hundreds of dollars from people a month for subscriptions that they no longer want, right? And nobody should be stuck paying for a service that they want to exit. We've also been putting money back in people's pockets. Actually, just yesterday, we announced that we're starting to send back checks to people that were tricked by Epic Games. We brought a lawsuit against Epic, finding that they had basically, led people to make purchases they didn't intend. Kids were racking up, hundreds of thousands of dollars in charges. So we brought a lawsuit there. We're sending back, we just sent back $72 million is the first tranche of money back. We've been going after data brokers, which surveil Americans and collect all sorts of sensitive data, like your medical history, your precise geolocation, your browsing history, making sure that there are some kind of rules of the road there and how this sensitive data gets used, and making sure it's not exploited. So, we've done that. We've taken action across healthcare markets, across grocery markets, wanting to make sure that our markets are fair and open and competitive.
That's a W after W. So do you feel like there is a way to properly communicate these things to the broader public? Like, if we're going to be super serious, I know you're a government official, so I don't know, how much like what you can say in an official position, in an official capacity, but like, do you feel like the coverage on this has been sufficient? Because I was rather shocked to see you on 60 Minutes, if I'm being honest. Like you rarely ever see, invisible government employees be prominently displayed like this. But do you feel like this is a good thing? Do you feel like it was enough? Should there be more of it? These are the questions I have for you.
Yeah, look, I made it a priority to really engage broadly with kind of media across the, entire landscape. I also made it a big priority to go out and learn from people across the country. And, one thing that's interesting about the type of job that I have is that it's very easy to become very insulated, where the kind of people that you're interacting with, the kind of information that you're getting on a day-to-day basis is coming from a relatively small number of sources, and it can lead to blind spots. And so a big priority for me has been actually opening the doors of the agency and just making it easier for people to give their views on what's happening out there, to share problems that they're seeing. So we started doing these regular open commission meetings where anybody in America can come and talk to me and my 4 colleagues as commissioners, tell us what they're seeing. We have, franchisees come, people who drive for ride sharing companies. We've heard from people who have lost family members who were rationing insulin because it's so expensive. We've heard from people who have kids are suffering from abuse on social media. I mean, just like the full landscape. And we've also done listening sessions across the country. So we've gone to places like Baraboo, Wisconsin. And, we went to Colorado to listen to farmers. We went to Kansas City to listen to independent pharmacists. We've really just traveled the entire country to make sure we are just getting out of the bit of the Beltway bubble and trying to make sure we're hearing directly from people about the economic challenges they face, and then also use those opportunities to tell them, here are the tools we have, here's what we're doing. And I think one thing that's really important here is one pathology that you can see sometimes in economic policy making is a lot of reliance on certain types of models and theories and assumptions that can become somewhat divorced and detached from economic reality, right? I mean, we saw that during the financial crisis, but I think we've seen that at various points since. And so, getting out there and hearing from regular people and making sure we're using that to inform our understanding of what's happening is also a good antidote to, again, making sure we just know what is the economic reality rather than just relying on some of these filters.
You've also utilized the Copyright Office to tackle the age-old problem with not only right to repair, which spans across many other key sectors, something that farmers have been advocating for consistently with like John Deere tractors and whatnot, but also with McDonald's franchisees that now have the right to repair their own ice cream machines due to your comment that you filed in support of this change. I feel like these are very meaningful. They're small but very meaningful ways in which you are working to change people's lives. Now, I guess the question I have is, it seems like we have a new administration coming in, the Trump administration. Now, there have been some interesting developments in terms of the way that Donald Trump at least responds to public pressure in a unique way that is unceremonious, unorthodox in comparison to his other Republican counterparts. Are there things that Biden could do to, at least from what I understand, there is a thing that Biden can do right now to extend the amount of time you have as the head of this agency, given your a very popular track record so far and all of the meaningful ways that you have helped regular American citizens. Do you feel like there is an extension process that could possibly happen? I know this is a little bit of a difficult question to answer, but or are you at liberty to discuss certain things? or at least like speculate on it? Or is that too inappropriate to ask?
Look, I mean, the president always has the chance to nominate whoever they want, and if the Senate wants to take that up, they can do that. Time is short, and they're kind of focused on getting through set of people who've already been nominated. But I defer to the president and the Senate on what they choose to do there. I can't speculate about what's going to happen in the future, but we're just focused on using all of the time we have right now to get as much out of the door where we think if there are law violations, we want to bring lawsuits to make that clear. If there are rules that we think would address, persistent problems, be it on things like junk fees or privacy abuses for kids, we're focused on using the time we have to get those improvements.
There are some unique supporters of yours within the Republican caucus as well, which is why I was wondering. You have, I believe, even Josh Hawley, who has stated, or other Republican politicians that have stated their support for some of the actions that you've taken. And I was wondering if there's any veracity to that. If there's any, you are popular in a bipartisan manner, it seems. Even though there are certainly, there were certainly some fissures, even with the way that I guess the Harris campaign was communicating, given some of their corporate benefactors. This is not what you're saying. This is what I'm saying. This is my assessment of the situation. So I guess you have a limited time frame that you can operate in, at least all things considered at this point. And you're using that time, that valuable time that you have to continue fighting the good fight. Is there? I guess the question is there any? Is there any? How do I ask this? Is there any honesty to the ways in which the Republicans have communicated that they like you, the Republican politicians? Have you had any conversations with Republican politicians that say that have given you assurances? In terms of maintaining your position as the commissioner of the FTC?
I'll just say generally, in this job, I've gotten the chance to interact and engage with and meet with senators and members of Congress from both parties. And taking on monopolies that are abusing their power is not a left issue. It's not a right issue. It's an American issue, right? And when we went around the country, honestly, I would meet with people who would say things like, I've been a lifelong Republican, and let me tell you, your work to eliminate non-competes is the best thing government has done in my entire life. Right? I mean, the level of cross-partisan support that we have gotten for our work, I think, is truly off the charts. And you see that sometimes reflected in how members of Congress are engaging with the FTC. I hear from a lot of members that are very worried, especially those that represent rural districts in red states, about how Main Street is just getting decimated. And so you have independent groceries, independent pharmacies getting pushed out of business, not because their communities don't love them and depend on them and frequent them, but potentially because of illegal business practices somewhere else in the supply chain. We hear bipartisan concern about, private commercial surveillance and how that's affecting people's rights. I think on things like junk fees and subscription traps, taking those practices on is pretty unobjectionable. So I do think that we see a lot of, at a grassroots level, popular cross-partisan support for taking on illegal monopolies and illegal, actions by corporations. I think what you see going forward, we're just going to have to wait and see in terms of, what a future administration decides to do in terms of continuing some of this work or trying to reverse it.
Yeah, that's amazing. So one of the areas of interest for you has also been healthcare, and I was wondering if you have any initiatives lined up for that as well. If you want to speak on that. Seemingly, this is a point of concern for a lot of Americans that are, experiencing the many different awful aspects of for-profit healthcare in general, and the ways in which a lot of these healthcare providers have utilized the exact same vertical and horizontal integration to drive up costs and to offer inadequate care. and engage in some of these other illegal business practices?
Yeah, healthcare has been one of the top priorities during my time at the commission, just because, this is not discretionary purchase for people. Like, this is oftentimes life or death in some of people's scariest moments. So there are a few aspects of our work here. One is we've been taking on hospital mergers. There have been just decades of mergers between hospitals, and there's a lot of research showing that after hospitals merge, prices go up and quality of service goes down. It also can contribute to things like hospital deserts, especially in rural parts of the country.
Yeah.
We've also been focused on this issue of private equity coming into healthcare, where you have these, New York-based private equity firms that will come in and do these things called roll-ups, where they kind of buy series by series these whole set of smaller, say, anesthesiology practices or other firms that in the aggregate has rolled up and consolidated the whole market. So we brought a lawsuit last year against one of these private equity roll-ups that happened in the anesthesiology market, where this company came in, rolled up these anesthesiology providers, and then jacked up the prices. That was something that had been a bit more under the radar, and we've kind of shed more of a light on it. We're also looking just more generally at what are the drivers of higher drug prices for people, right? I mean, we know as a country, we spend more on healthcare and get worse outcomes, and people are paying more, especially for drugs that cost a fraction somewhere else. So I mentioned what we're doing in terms of scouring for patent abuse. And so what we did for inhalers, we've also now trying to do for EpiPens and things like Ozempic. We also have a lawsuit right now that's alleging that there were illegal business practices that led to inflated prices for insulin. So that's a litigation that's ongoing. But I think absolutely, interrogating whether corporate law breaking is driving up healthcare costs for Americans is absolutely something that needs to still be a priority for government.
It seems that in 1995, there were 60 leading pharmaceutical companies, but mergers since then have reduced that number to just 10. And it seems that mergers are continuing. Is there a way to directly communicate to the people that are listening, like how that ends up driving up costs, like to talk about it at the individual level? 'Cause in the same way that you mentioned, in the same exact way that you mentioned how pharmaceutical corporations oftentimes engage in like patent cycling, which is very common. It's super common practice in general to disrupt or to engage in like a patent ownership over an extended period of time. Is there some way to talk about that specifically with pharmaceutical mergers?
Yeah, happy to. And I'll give you a specific example in terms of a case we brought. So we brought a case last year looking to block the merger of these two companies called Sanofi and Maze. And Sanofi at that time had a monopoly on the drug for something called Pompe disease, which is this really awful kind of muscle degeneration disease where people need medicines, and those medicines can be very expensive. And so Sanofi had a monopoly on that. Maze was this newer company that was in the process of developing a different treatment for Pompe disease. And this other treatment could, if it got to market, be a game changer, because Sanofi's drug, you basically have to go get an IV biweekly, and Maze's drug, people could have just taken orally as a medicine, right? And so if you're somebody that has this disease, this new medicine could really improve your life dramatically. Sanofi was trying to buy up Maze. And we worried that because Sanofi is already making a lot of money through its existing drug, if they were allowed to go out and buy this upstart, they would not necessarily have the incentive to make sure that that new drug makes it onto market, because if it did, it would start cannibalizing sales from their existing blockbuster monopoly drug. We brought a lawsuit that says, Sanofi, you're buying Maze would violate the antitrust laws. They ended up walking away, and Maze ended up partnering with some other company. But that's just a specific example of how, the basic philosophy underlying antitrust laws is that competition between businesses, it's what can contribute to the best outcome, right? Because if you have the monopoly company still having to look over its shoulder and say, hey, am I about to get lapped by this other guy? it's going to make them go faster, right? It's going to make them try to compete for people's businesses rather than just be confident that they've locked up the market and then they can become too big to care. They don't have to worry about, competing on price. They don't have to worry about innovating. And so that's just one example of how robust merger enforcement can make sure that Americans benefit from healthy competition on price, on innovation.
That's on the consumer side. Like, that's a consumer protective action. But I think it's also important to recognize the labor side of this equation as well. And I was wondering if you could at least speak a little bit. I know the decision just came down on the Kroger. Sorry, I always call it Kroger. $24.6 billion merger with Albertsons. Because when this conversation was taking place in a lot of mainstream media, the arguments that were presented was that these guys have labor unions. Some of them are actually like corporate unions in general, but regardless, they have like some semblance of labor unions, and that that this was actually this merger was necessary because it was life-saving. It was going to save this business at a time when they are having a difficult time competing with massive online retail stores such as Walmart and Amazon that are completely dominating the field. This decision being blocked, what kind of labor protections does that offer to people that are working at these corporations?
So one thing that our lawsuit alleged was that if this merger goes through, it's going to mean higher grocery prices for shoppers, but it's also going to be worse for the workers. And this is the first time that the FTC has ever sought to block a merger, not just because it's going to be bad for consumers, but also because it's going to be bad for workers. And, especially in recent decades, antitrust enforcers had not really been focused on the worker harms as much, and that's something we've really looked to change. So the complaint lays out how previously, when there has been competition between Kroger and Albertsons, that the workers at each store were able to use that competition as leverage when they were trying to bargain. And that if you allow these two companies to merge, that leverage that comes from having a potential alternative employer or an alternative store where customers can go if there's a strike, but eliminating that leverage point and bargaining leverage would ultimately be bad for workers. So again, this is still being litigated, but that was in the complaint as an explanation for why this merger would be bad for workers. When the FTC team put on the trial, they actually had on the stand some of the workers that are currently employed by these stores so that they could also share their experience. And just generally, there's a lot of empirical evidence that now shows that after mergers, workers have seen, pay cuts or a limit in any pay rises. You often see layoffs. You can see workers have less negotiation power to figure out, will I even have a stable, predictable schedule? And so, these are all dimensions of competition on the labor front that are important to protect for people.
Lina Khan, thank you so much for coming on. I know you had limited time here. You're obviously very busy doing incredibly important work, both advocating for American workers and also advocating for American consumers. I hope to have you again on the broadcast soon. I know you have a busy day. Thank you so much for taking some time out to talk to us. It was wonderful to have you. Is there any last note that you want to end this conversation on?
No, just want to say thank you for having me on. And we'll look forward to continuing the conversation.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
That was Lina Khan, the trust buster, the queen herself. Ladies and gentlemen, we have obviously a lot more to discuss today. We got Stavvy Baby coming in a little bit. But I wanted to say thank you, Lina Khan, once again for coming on, taking time out of your busy day. We are now going to take a different approach and talk about obviously healthcare in this country from the perspective of an individual. The Italian stallion, his manifesto, Luigi's manifesto, The 262-word manifesto on the killing of the United Healthcare CEO is out. Ken Klippenstein has leaked it. Friend of the show, Ken Leakenstein, has leaked it. We are going to have Stavvy Baby on the broadcast in a little bit. I don't know where he is right now, but it doesn't matter. But before we get to the manifesto, Luigi is a manifesto. Let's get started on
breaking
new updates. Suspect in CEO killing appears in court. Okay. And while I do that, I'm going to have to go pee because holy shit, I've been holding it in this whole time.
news overnight, fast-moving investigation into the suspect in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Overnight, the 26-year-old was charged with murder hours after he was arrested in Pennsylvania after being spotted at a McDonald's several hours outside New York City. Senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky is in Huntington, Pennsylvania with the latest for us. Good morning to you, Aaron.
Good morning, Robin. The suspect was held at this Pennsylvania state prison overnight after that arrest at that McDonald's. Police said when they confronted him, they knew right away, that's our guy. He's now charged with murder in New York, and police say he was carrying evidence that could point to motive. This morning, Luigi Mangione is charged with the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The 26-year-old led by police in handcuffs, appearing in a Pennsylvania court on local gun and forgery charges.
This morning at approximately 9:14 a.m., Altoona police officers received a call of a suspicious male at a local restaurant.
Mangione was arrested some 300 miles from the Manhattan murder scene, traveling through Altoona on a Greyhound bus that stopped at this McDonald's. Police say someone recognized him from surveillance images and an employee called 911.
A McDonald's employee did something we ask every American to do. If you see something, say something, but most importantly, do something. And they did.
Officers found Mangione wearing a mask.
As soon as we asked him to pull it down, my partner and I recognized him immediately. Just from what we saw in the media with photos, videos, we just didn't even think twice about it. We knew that was our guy.
When asked for ID, police say he gave them this fake New Jersey driver's license, the same one he allegedly used to check into a hostel in New York City 10 days before the shooting. When asked if he'd been to New York, court records say Mangione became quiet and started to shake.
He is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
The NYPD racing to Altoona. Police say the suspect had this ghost gun that may have been made with a 3D printer, similar to the weapon used to kill Thompson, along with handwritten notes that sources tell ABC News mentioned United Healthcare by name and said these parasites had it coming. At the crime scene, police finding deny, defend, and depose written on the bullets.
It does seem that he has some ill will toward corporate America.
Mangione grew up in Maryland, attending the prestigious Gilman School in Baltimore, graduating in 2016 as valedictorian. He's seen here speaking at the school's Founders Day.
The class of 2016 is truly defined by its inventive, pioneering mentality that accompanies a strong commitment to Gilman tradition.
Online, Mangione posted about the infamous manifesto by Unabomber Ted Kaczynski, saying he was a violent individual, but also an extreme political revolutionary. He also posted an X-ray of the spine and reviews of books about back injuries, authorities including them as part of the investigation.
My understanding is his spine was misaligned. It wasn't like he was always in severe pain, but it seems like certain things would trigger it.
The family of Luigi Mangione saying in a statement, "Our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson." His murder has triggered anger online at the insurance industry. United Healthcare putting up fencing around its headquarters.
I understand people have real frustration.
One of the funniest bars here was when Josh Shapiro was like, the real hero is not the guy who shot the healthcare CEO, but the person who called 911. I was like, if that's the message that you think is going to resonate with the voters come 2028, I don't know how cooked the Democratic Party is. Like, no one expects the governor of Pennsylvania to be like, the guy was based, right? But like, I feel like there is a better way to communicate even as a polite institutionalist. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely a better way to try and communicate the situation, reading the room better. What is this? Fellow political commentator Hassan Piker wears orange in solidarity with fellow bisexual Luigi Mangione following his arrest.
Healthcare system. This killer is being hailed as a hero. Hear me on this. He is no hero.
Police said Mangione had been in Pennsylvania for several days and had actually traversed the state from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh. They're also investigating recent travel across the country and overseas. But his next trip, Robin, is going to be to New York, where he's charged with murder.
And
Robin?
Aaron, did investigators have any idea who the suspect was before he was apprehended?
They didn't, Robin. In fact, they had collected a lot of evidence, but nothing that had pointed them toward an identification. So until that heads-up customer and employee at the McDonald's, they had no idea who this guy was. Those two are now going to split the reward money that had been offered for information, Robin.
They saw something and they said something. All right, Aaron, thanks to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ebbies, Luigi Mangione yells at the media as he's escorted to the court, but while we talk about the Italian...
Free Luigi.
Free
him.
Yeah, we got the left's Joe Rogan.
Free Luigi. He's too sexy to be behind bars.
The left's Joe Rogan here in the building. Stavros Halkias, the Greek freak.
What's up? How we doing?
He doesn't have something to promote today, I don't think.
No, well, I mean, nothing to promote, but just something to make the people aware of.
Oh, my Lord. Okay, that's
Stavvy
tricky.
Baby.
I'm going to get the fucking banned, dude.
The Stavvy Baby 2025.
Can I even show?
Calendar.
Oh, I can't show some of these.
You can't show some of these, bro.
I can't show none of these. Did you bring 3 for my mom?
Yeah, one for these are all for your mom, dude.
That's
actually all 3.
Dude, stop! My dad is here.
He can have 2 too.
He's gonna get jealous. God damn, dude! Stavvy Baby's in the building.
How we doing?
As always, he is this time because I yelled at him last time for not bringing me any gifts. He brought many gifts.
It wasn't just because of that. I always give you Christmas cookies. You know that.
Yeah.
That's how I'm trying to get you back to the church.
These are subpar. These are Greek. They're Greek, but they're Greek. But I'll still have one.
That's undeniable, dude. That right there. That's for a second you're like the Greeks are superior.
By the way, notice
you're jocking all my shit. It's so fucked up,
dude. It's because I saw everybody say you're the left's Joe Rogan.
Yeah, dude.
I was like, no, that's me.
You can't have it.
That's me.
I don't even want it, but that's how much fucking swag I have compared to you.
No,
that's
I don't.
How much natural charisma I have.
No, I don't want it either. We're the 2
You're
people.
Begging for it. You text
we are the
me
2
all
people
time.
that have been presented as the left Joe Rogan, and I thought, it would.
I'm gonna leak your voice notes where you're crying. You're like, please tell Joe I want to do the show. I want to learn from him. You tell.
No,
him.
I did. I do want to do a Theo Von show.
Theo's the man. Theo. I fuck with Joe too. But Theo is the man. Yeah, I think you'd love him. He's a great dude.
Yeah, I think he's he is capable of having a very interesting conversation. I think it's hilarious to like talk to, like, have a guy like him talk to Gabor Mate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like, that is.
Well, that's the beauty of Theo.
That's peak.
He truly is having an open-minded. You know how like bad faith guys that have like, like Ben Shapiro might say like, I just want to have an open conversation, and he's clearly trying to ambush you.
Yeah.
Theo truly is having a real conversation. He's a fucking cool guy who's trying to figure some shit out. He is the man for real.
And very funny as well.
Oh, he's fucking hilarious. Dude, that's the other thing. He's my favorite. He might be my favorite guy to riff with, because that's the funniest thing about that show is that people clipped out the like 4 minutes we were serious, and it's truly 2 hours of us talking about him playing guitar while his friend's dad gets pussy in the other room. It's all us riffing, and then they clipped out the truly 45 seconds we got even sort of serious.
Do you want to see something really funny?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I presented this as such deliberately.
Yeah.
And that's precisely why you had Lina Khan, the commissioner of the FTC.
Hell yeah.
Lina Khan's comms guy retweeted you.
Shout out to Doug.
This photo.
Yo, what are they doing about Ticketmaster? The fees are fucking us up, dude. Is that FTC?
They're going after everybody.
Good.
It's on site.
Lina, let's get these fucking fees. And by the way, the Dreamboat tour, tickets on sale now as well. So, there's always something to promote.
There's something to fucking promote. God damn. I've made
We're coming to the West Coast, baby.
Made an egregious mistake having this Greek charlatan come back
Just
and
remember
huck
that.
his product.
My wares, dude.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ta-Nehisi Coates too. We both went to the same high school.
Wait, oh yeah, he's Baltimore.
Baltimore Polytechnic Institute.
Baltimore is on the come up, my friend.
Dude, he fucking
Baltimore
rules.
is on the fucking map today.
He's the man.
What do you have to say about the Gilman School?
Oh, dude, fuck Gilman. I applied. Did you? What do you have? Did he go to Gilman? What are we talking
An
about?
Italian man.
Wait, did he go to Gilman?
By the name of
Luigi went to Gilman?
Luigi Mangione. He's a
That's
Gilman.
so fucking funny.
He didn't just go to Gilman.
I went to middle school down the street from Gilman. I applied to Gilman in middle school, got in, and then they were like, it's $13,000. 20 years ago, it was $13,000 a year.
Now it's like 40, I think.
And my mom was like, I'll go get a second job. And I was like, fuck that. We're not doing that bullshit. Fuck
Thank
Gilman.
God.
They can suck my dick. And thankfully, because I would have been, Luigi aside, he's the first good Gilman alum that I know. Everyone else is a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
The rest of them became bankers and CEOs. That's what, shout out to
maybe,
Luigi.
Maybe it was like that.
Wow.
You know that meme.
Wait, he was from Baltimore? I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know that meme of the
A
like,
good Italian and a good Gilman.
the high school chick that's like pregnant. You know what I'm talking about? Like the black Twitter meme?
Yes.
That's the Gilman experience for Luigi Mangione. It wasn't actually about like healthcare or the parasitic nature of like for-profit healthcare or anything. It was actually one of these fucking nerds that became the CEO.
Yeah, he might have just
He was like,
hated
I'll
him.
show you one
Fuck
day.
you. And I mean, he's a piece of ass. I haven't done too much. I've been here busy. I've been Hollywood Halkias. That's why I'm out here. So I haven't really kept up with.
He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what's happening in Baltimore lore,
I
dude.
didn't know Luigi was from Baltimore. That's huge, actually.
Yeah.
Shout out to Luigi.
Yeah. He is. Italians on top.
I know. It's
Baltimore
tough.
Italians on top. They have. Like before this, I was like, I'll give the Greeks a shot. They're good. I know one representative.
Yeah.
But now
I would have loved for it to be a Greek guy that killed that guy. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
But
there are people who went to high school with him that say he was also potentially a Come Town listener.
oh shit! Hell yeah! Well, then the plan finally worked. The CIA psyop is finally starting to pay dividends.
It's like me and Felix are so sad. Like we've been trying for so long. Felix with his officers program, he thinks this is going to be a mutiny.
Wow, that's awesome.
And yet it turns out the Lord works in mysterious ways.
He does, man.
It was the CIA activation codes that
Finally.
Nick Mullen.
Yeah, it only works on Italians. That makes sense. The Italian is a feeble mind. It's a feeble-minded individual. So it makes sense that it's starting with Italians, and then we're going to see other types are going to start being awakened soon.
There's also misinformation roaming the streets of the highways of disinformation, saying that he was Albanian.
No, that I couldn't abide by.
Yeah, no, I love that. Personally, when I heard that there's a likelihood that he was Albanian, regardless of the context note, I was like, no, I believe this.
Of course you do.
I believe this.
Of course you do. That's the Ottoman divide and conquer the Balkans. Set me and the Albanians against each other again.
Yeah.
Dude, I would not be able to. I'm not going to be able to look Eldis in the eye if this guy's Albanian, dude.
Dude, he is.
It's bad enough they get they hit me with Belushi, they hit me with fucking Elijah Dushku, half of Regis Philbin. But if they got fucking Luigi Mangione,
be of Italo-Albanian descent,
Italo-Albanian,
come from a well-off family, awaken class consciousness of the proletariat, get sent to prison. Welcome back, Antonio Gramsci.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, he's back. He's back in a very meaningful way. Dude, he would wipe the table.
Yeah,
they fear him.
They
fear his powerful eyebrows.
He would probably get life in prison, right? How long do you get for a cold-blooded murder? Dude, even of like a shitty person, like we can't be having that, unfortunately. But like he would go to jail.
I mean, look,
forever,
if justice is served, then he's a free man.
He gets out.
He gets out.
Yeah. If he gets out, let's say he serves
jury
20 years.
nullification.
Yeah. Let's say he serves 20 years, and then can you be a felon and run or no?
You can run from prison. Donald Trump is a fucking convict.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh my God. Welcome back, dude. This is some real OG American socialism right here.
Those fucking guys with the hilarious Italian names. What the fuck were their names?
No, it's the what the fuck? How am I? Eugene Debs. Eugene Debs ran from prison.
That's true.
And this is another people's
Wasn't
champion.
somebody with Gramsci? Wasn't it another guy with him?
I don't know. Oh, Sacco and Vanzetti.
Yeah, Sacco and Vanzetti.
Yeah.
Great names. Couple of great names.
Yeah, dude. Italians have played a formative role.
You know what?
Throughout
You're right.
history.
If it wasn't for mob movies, we might think of Italians as socialists instead of as
dumbass
murdering
mob
fat
guys.
You know what I mean? Like murderous fat
Yeah, but
guys.
that played such a good role.
for sure.
James Gandolfini, I think, single-handedly uplifted Italians.
Dude, without Martin Scorsese and James Gandolfini, Italians have nothing. Dude.
That's true.
They're done.
Yeah.
What's a non-mafia thing Italy has given to culture?
Pasta.
Even that.
Pizza.
Yeah, I guess. I'll give you that.
Gabagool.
Yeah.
Oh, God. People are saying Stallone. No.
Stallone is the man. That's true. But
no, I don't.
Come on, dude.
I don't. I
You
don't
ever see
agree.
Cliffhanger?
I have not.
It's fucking good. Cliffhanger's awesome.
Fashion, Italian cold cuts.
I guess
mean,
that's true. But here's the how about fashion, right? Fucking Armani was dead in the water until Richard Gere, until fucking American Gigolo. So they owe a sexy guy, a sexy whatever he is, Wasp.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for him getting turned out.
Scientologist.
Was Richard Gere a Scientologist?
I think so. Isn't that the whole
All I'm
he
saying is even their
shoved
fashion.
gerbils in his ass stuff that came from the Scientology thing?
Travolta, another Scientologist. But yeah, look, the point is none of this stuff is particularly Italian. And if it wasn't for the mafia, which by the way, I love mafia movies. I literally watched Goodfellas last night. That's not even a joke.
Yeah.
You can pull up my YouTube history. I rented it on YouTube. I love it. I'm just saying it's interesting to think that Italians who we think of as closer to fascist, they could have, up until mafia, they were pretty much socialist. Maybe
No, the mafia itself, I think, is in its inception, it's like the Yakuza. They start off with poor workers.
yeah,
it's
then
like
it becomes fascist
Yeah.
over time. Now it's a bunch of fat guys on Staten Island that are that talk about how great the mafia is, and now they're back the blue. They're Blue Lives Matter mafia fans,
Yeah.
which is fucking awesome. But anyway, shout out to Luigi. I had no idea. I literally went to Roland Park Middle School, which is the public school in that neighborhood. So I wrestled against kids from Gilman.
Yeah.
I got my ass fucked by one of those guys. He was strong as shit.
Yeah.
It was fun wrestling because usually I was the second best heavyweight. Usually every other team has two heavyweights. One guy's awesome, and the other guy's a really fat kid whose parents are forcing him to do it for his self-esteem. And I was just doing it to hang out with my
You're
brother
the
who
fat
was
kid.
wrestling. No,
The parents were doing it for self.
no, I was doing it because my brother's a wrestler. I wanted quality time with him. So I got to fuck up all these fat 14-year-olds that were fluffy fat. Well, you know me, dude.
You're taut.
I'm stout. Dude.
You're a big boy. You're strong.
I'm fucking stout. But one time our main guy got hurt and I had to fight. I had to wrestle the Gilman's main guy and he fucked me. I had him the first 2 minutes though, and then I got gassed. So anyway, I've sweated on those same gymnasium floors as Luigi is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think Luigi he has the same musculature as someone like yourself.
Yeah.
He is obviously in great shape.
Yeah,
spectacular.
he looks fucking nice.
He does.
I will say all my gay friends, close friends on IG yesterday, heinous stuff about how they want Luigi to fuck them.
Oh yeah,
all of them.
Oh, it's not just the gays, the gays and the girlies.
Gays and the girlies, but the gays were very explicit. Let me just say that.
I am feeling a little threatened. Luigi,
yeah, dude, he's watched you. You're over here talking. This guy's actually fucking changing the world for the better.
I know.
What are you fucking doing?
Luigi has wiped out any sort of space I occupied in the minds of the girls and the gays with a little bit of revolutionary potential.
Think about that.
Yeah.
He fucking dunked his nuts in your mouth and immediately.
It's fine though. I'm happy with that. That's
Yeah.
like, I mean, he is
you're
the goat.
Because they're, all you're doing, you're actually pacifying them.
Yeah.
Luigi's actually fomenting revolution.
Yeah, he is for sure. I mean, for sure. People are saying Eiffel Tower. I could not. That's like. It's like
he would alpha you.
Yeah, he would. It's like engaging in an Eiffel Tower with like LeBron. You know what I mean? Like he's the goat. I can't be there.
Well, maybe if
I'll
you
sit
put
in the cuck chair. I'll sit in the cuck chair and I'll jerk off.
For Luigi.
Yeah, I'll sit in the cuck chair and I'll jerk off.
I would definitely sit in the cuck chair. I would probably get my dick sucked. I don't think if I could fuck while Luigi fucks. Because I could, I think he would be putting me to shame with his strokes.
Yeah.
But if the person wants to suck me off, I would allow that, I suppose.
Okay, fair.
And just to be a part of it with him would be nice.
Yeah. So Luigi Mangione was caught inside Altoona, which is, I didn't even know it existed.
That's tough, man.
until yesterday.
That's tough.
I just talked to Lina Khan. I can't believe this is the conversation that we're having in that same VOD. I talked to Ta-Nehisi Coates and Lina Khan. This conversation has taken a very different direction.
We have to fucking see things from all sides, Hassan.
Yeah, I know.
We have to get, there's the high and the low culture.
Yeah, Luigi Mangione was caught at McDonald's eating what appears to be a hash brown before arrest. And I believe it was like a boomer with a weird sense of justice, it seems, that did not have her or his priorities in mind. That Josh Shapiro also famously called. I don't know why this person is like openly saying like I'm the guy who did this, because now they're just like gonna get a shit ton of like insane attention, negative attention. I don't think that anyone should obviously harass this boomer.
No.
Like who gives a fuck?
And
I do
guess we should have. I guess there should be due process. You shouldn't be able to murder CEOs. But don't harass this guy. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
It started out almost a little bit like a joke. We thought, my one friend thought he looked like the shooter.
Oh man, he's got the full blown Mid-Atlantic.
Dude, I have noticed that like the some parts of Pennsylvania have, I think I've talked to you about this before, like they have an identical Baltimore.
It's a little different. It runs from Pittsburgh all the way to parts of like Jersey.
Yeah.
It's really that Mid-Atlantic trash accent.
There's a weird ass like Baltimore. What's the specific region? It's
Dundalk's the one that I'm the most familiar with.
Yeah, Dundalk.
For sure.
There's like a Dundalkian tinge to it.
Oh, it was started as a joke.
Yeah.
But it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
I also love the thing that's so fucking funny is that the NYPD, which I feel like Eric Adams has just like funneled so much money into them. This fucking guy. It is. You've probably talked about it already, but I haven't talked about this at all anywhere. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah.
That someone killed a guy in Midtown Manhattan
and walked away
on camera. They had his face even at a certain point, and the NYPD could not get him. It was some fucking dumbass in Altoona that couldn't mind his own business that fucking did it.
Yeah.
It's really fucking hilarious how useless they are for how much money they get.
And it's so funny that the media is still glazing the police. They're like, it's incredible. The police work that they done, the police work that they put into this, like, oh my God. And it's like, they have like a $100 quintillion budget. They got fucking submarines.
Yep. Which we need.
It's one of the largest standing militaries on the planet on its own, the NYPD. And all they do is twiddle their fucking thumbs, shoot fare evaders, and play Candy Crush at every goddamn subway
they're playing
station.
A lot of Candy Crush upstairs.
And
not even downstairs where people are jerking off.
Yeah.
They're just upstairs.
Yeah, it's just so... It's so fucking annoying that the media is like just giving them so many props. They're like, oh, dude, these guys they did it. They did it again. No, it's like this fucking dipshit.
It's this guy who did it. It's so funny that I bet you Luigi did not think, like, he couldn't have planned it out. The plan couldn't have been, well, I'll go lay out in a McDonald's in Altoona till things quiet down. Like, if he had any kind of plan, he'd be fucking free right now.
He didn't. So this guy didn't call it in, I don't think.
He saw him better than I did, actually. I think the one worker that actually thought it was him she said between his eyes and his eyebrows, she says, when I took his order.
Luigi should have waxed his shit, dude.
Dude,
Luigi should have gotten his shit threaded and maybe got like the like little fucking
he should have gone with the Julia Fox method, bleach that
he
shit.
should have bleached his shit. He should have fucked his look up for real. He might have been free today.
That's a classic. Like you gotta fuck your shit up after an assassination. Like everybody knows that.
Yes, exactly. Cut your hair, dye it. Classic stuff. Seems like that'd be the funnest part of assassination is your makeover.
Yeah.
You get a whole new look.
Yeah, exactly.
I've always wanted to be a redhead.
I feel like they should let him go because it's racial profiling to say an Italian man had bushy eyebrows.
That's true.
Like that is like racism is alive and well. I guess Italians aren't white. We've finally addressed it.
Yeah, he's trying to make that. He's trying to get them back out.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of look. We're doing Monday Morning Quarterback in here. Okay. There's a lot of stuff that he did that maybe
he did a good job getting out of New York.
He did. He kept his fake ID. He kept his gun. I don't know why he did that. Maybe he was looking to.
You got to dump it, dude. Oh yeah.
Maybe he was looking to use it again.
He's like, he checked. I got the first one. Let me take one from half court.
Yeah. Jokic,
dude. If he had 2 in a row, that would
from the logo,
crazy,
dude. He was coming in.
If he pulled up with that same gun. Was anybody visiting Altoona? Was fucking Bezos going to be in Altoona?
Yeah. No one is going to Altoona.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, that's what happened. He got caught yesterday, and his manifesto is out, and we're going to read it.
Oh,
but let's finish this real quick.
Oh, my God. It's a guy from New York.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't like that they're like outing the snitch.
No, I feel bad for that. I mean, I feel bad, especially that guy who isn't even the snitch.
Yeah.
And doesn't understand. I mean, hopefully he's so offline it won't affect his life, but he's probably going to get doxxed by some like insane people on the internet that want to suck Luigi off.
Yeah. So let me throw this out.
I need to bevy myself. Actually, I'm going to get a water.
Okay. All right.
We got the water.
Water's on there. Damn, drinking water. What the fuck?
Bit of a headache.
Yeah,
but I'm powering through. I'm riffing through the pain.
You're healthy, dude. Who is this?
Dude.
The hydration station.
I gotta hydrate.
Okay, so yeah, from what I understand, he's not even getting fucking money as well.
Wow, what?
Bizarre reason why the McDonald's worker might not receive the $60,000 reward for identifying Luigi Mangione. The strict rules could mean the tipster might not even get a dime.
That's fucking crazy. Who keeps it? The NYPD gets 2 rocket launchers. They get a jetpack.
Yeah, that's like half of overtime pay for 2 guys at the subway station.
That's so fucking funny.
50 from the FBI, 10 from the NYPD specifically, but yeah, it seems like another claim was denied.
Yeah, damn, dude. They got his ass.
The American working class gets fucked over once again. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
that'll
be nice. This guy could have gotten a fucking pool table.
Yeah, or maybe he could have fucking paid for medical insurance.
Yeah, which
at a certain point when it's necessary, and then their claims are denied. So, that's the.
I'm a little upset because I was getting ready to go. I was getting ready to go full conspiracy theory. This would have been a fun one to do conspiracy theories about, but they caught him too quick.
Yeah, well, no, don't worry. There's still plenty of conspiracy theories that are roaming. People are saying that it's not the same guy. It's a patsy. It's a fall guy, and that they're like he's taking the fall. But here's the CEO murder suspect arriving for the extradition hearing, and he had some statements that he made.
Oh wow,
Pennsylvania. That's where we were anticipating an extradition hearing for the 26-year-old Ivy League graduate and high school valedictorian accused in the murder of health insurance CEO Brian Thompson.
Yeah, let's see this moment. It is actually sort of something to watch. He was trying to send a message, but police rush him off very quickly.
Oh, wow.
Kaya, place.
And it's completely out of touch.
Good girl.
And it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people.
Oh yeah, he's gonna have some fire stuff on the stand.
All right, so
he's
we
gonna
just heard him
demand
yell
to
that
testify.
about it, sort of something being unjust is an insult.
So, what is there's a much better angle of this. Do we know what he said? This is completely unjust and an insult to the intelligence of American people.
Oh, nice.
The media is completely out of touch, and it is an insult to the intelligence of the American people and lived experience. Oh my God, he's going
lived experience with it?
Oh my God, dude. He went.
Respect, dude. That is, okay, truly, this is what boomers, like Republican boomers, fear, is that bisexuals will start killing them.
Yeah.
And that's what, I mean, sexy bisexuals that say lived experience will start fucking killing them.
So far, I think, like, this is played out in a way that is, like, truly terrifying if you're a fucking healthcare CEO.
Yes, yes.
Because, like, the guy being white, and like being the exact profile of like upper middle class, the wealthy, white kid, upstart, valedictorian in high school, attractive, went to an Ivy League school, has a potential point of radicalization that is like understandable for many Americans.
Yeah, well, I mean, the response in and of itself, it's like everyone, like no one heard this and was sad. Everyone was either like nice or like, hell yeah, I guess I feel bad for his family. Like that's, no one was like, what a tragedy. You know what I mean? Like maybe like the rich, like other CEOs, but everyone across whatever your beliefs are thinks this is cool on some level.
Yeah, no, it's like what was shocking to me about the reception is that you had the Barbers and the Debras on Facebook talking like hammer and sickle accounts on Twitter.
Yeah, for real.
Where they were like, "Oh no, we must cleanse the streets of the parasitic forces of capital."
Yeah,
like,
yes.
Like, what the fuck? You're a
And then if you take it,
you're a CPA.
And they were just saying that plainly. But then if you take it one step back, all the jokes were like that's where you can really tell. No one had a problem joking about it. No one was like this. Like even people that were like this is bad, they'd laugh about it. It just fucking happened. It is kind of crazy. It's almost like the American healthcare system has made people ready for violence. It's almost like the way they've just been killing people silently forever has made people okay with some of their own deaths.
Yeah, it is wild that there's so much like festering resentment that has gone unaddressed for so long that this was like a pressure valve releasing for many Americans, especially because like the reality is Americans broadly are kind of stupid. Okay, myself included. All right,
definitely,
we're dumb.
Sure.
Yeah, we're fucking dumb as fuck. And while we are desensitized to violence in general, we are very draconian in terms of like crime. It's like, oh, you stole a Snickers bar, kill that person.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like that's the attitude people have normally, where they're like, oh, a black homeless homeless person was like experiencing a mental health episode in a subway station. It's awesome that he was executed. You know what I mean?
That is actually a good point. Where these motherfuckers have fucked up is that they have primed a lot of the people that usually are like sucking the ruling class's cock. They've primed them to think killing looters, killing people that are like fucking up a CVS after somebody gets killed by the cops, like. Because it's so, like, all that, who's that fucking little piggly motherfucker that killed that child molester or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, people, Kyle, what the fuck was his name?
Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah. Like, so many of those motherfuckers celebrate the deaths of other people.
Yeah, vigilante justice. Vigilante justice is almost always celebrated. The piggly motherfucker.
He has a little upturned nose.
He does look like a porky little pig. He does look like a porky little pig.
And I know I'm fatter than him, but he looks more piggish than me.
Yeah, 100%.
I look like more of a war hog.
So
with armor on it.
So because they're so because Americans are so like desensitized to violence in general, and like the fact that it happens like to innocent people as well, that is also oftentimes overlooked. Like there's a fucking school shooting that happens like every goddamn week.
You're so fucking right. that's the flip side of these motherfuckers not doing anything about gun control. It's like, okay, well, now that it's you, now that it's fucking it's CEOs of healthcare companies, no one gives a fuck either.
Yeah, and so like
that's a great point. I didn't even think of that.
This is what I said in the aftermath of like the first Trump failed assassination as well, where I was like, you rarely ever see people in positions of power in the crosshairs of gun violence. You always see like fucking kindergartners and shit. You know what I mean? Because most people that like snap for one reason or another.
Wow, this makes me feel even better about not giving a fuck.
Yeah, it's just like most people that snap, they go and like fucking redirect that anger to like random unsuspecting public school students, right?
Yeah.
Like it rarely even happens in like private school in general. It doesn't happen to like the children of the wealthy. It happens to the children of the poor. So like in that environment.
Oh yeah, we should tally up how many kids have died in school shootings, and then it's like, all right, that's how many assassinations of CEOs we get.
Yeah,
we get like thousands of them.
Yeah, exactly. Look,
and
I
then
mean,
we're even, and then we can stop killing people.
United Healthcare shooter showing Americans that can shoot billionaires instead of kids. 300,000 likes. It's like, so when you have a nation that's like primed, okay, when it's a powder keg, and there's like an arsenal of weapons that you can just like mass purchase at any given fucking random grocery chain, like retail store, and all of a sudden, like, it's open season, and that like you can redirect that unregulated, unrestricted violence against like someone who has caused a lot of harm.
Yeah, someone who's actually hurt people.
Someone who is a figurehead for that harm, because like that's what the CEO is in this situation. He's replaceable. They don't give a shit. I'm sure. You know. The board of executives was very saddened by this affair, and immediately were like, all right, well, how do we fill this position?
Of course.
Who's
like,
the next guy?
How do we find someone who's more sympathetic so if they kill him, we'll get better PR out of it?
Yeah.
This guy was just some fat white guy. No one cares.
Yeah.
That's when CEOs go identity politics. They're like, it seems like our charts are showing if it was a Latina executive, people would be sad. So let's hire some of them.
And you don't have to pay him as much.
Yeah.
Not a white guy.
Yeah.
Not a white guy. Latinx.
Yeah. That's what I guarantee you they did that immediately.
Yeah. So from 2000 through 2022, there were 328 deaths at elementary and secondary schools in mass shootings.
328.
Yeah.
Let's get to it.
So in that entire process, like, of course, this is like, this is technically the propaganda of the deed. Like, this is an action that stands out. It doesn't matter what his like background is. It doesn't matter what his like family business was, because a lot of people are now doing this thing where they're like, well, his family was in healthcare. Like, they're doing the socialism, but you own a house to a motherfucker who shot a CEO.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a revolutionary anarchist, chatters. You know what I mean? He's not like a card carrying commie. He's just a guy who was fucked over, and he snapped, and he was like, I'm going to take this. I am going to dish out some of what many Americans have experienced, myself has experienced, that back to a person who is a cause for that pain, a figurehead for that pain.
And I hope it just makes people think about like, how the fuck is healthcare for profit? Like that's the thing that this also restarts is like, why the fuck are people making money off of medicine?
Yeah.
Shouldn't this just be a right? Shouldn't we try and figure out how to make it as cost effective as possible to heal as many people as possible? Just the very fact that medicine has CEOs is fucked up. Let alone the fact that they're denying people, and that's why people don't give a fuck. That's why that's also why I was thinking conspiracy theory, because it's like, this feels like, well, if you wanted to assassinate someone, who could you get away with it because no one would give a fuck? Like, if this guy had enemies, if any healthcare CEOs have enemies, this narrative gives you some real nice cover.
By the way,
on some fucking tinfoil hat shit.
I called this, by the way. I said he's definitely a Redditor because of the Peak Design backpack. And I think they found his Reddit.
Oh, shit. What was he on?
26-year-old suspect's alleged account was surfaced yesterday by a handful of Reddit users who claim to have recognized Mangione from his posts and comments in the spondylolithiasis I feel like I've seen this username in my notifications before.
What does
this is crazy.
spondylolisthesis mean?
I think it's spine pain.
Oh, damn.
Dude, there's a Reddit. This is what Reddit is for. Like literally just like hyper niche shit. Okay. And
did he have it or did a family? I'm for real not up on it other than, like I said, my friends wanting to fuck him on IG yesterday.
Yeah. Hyper specific spondylolisthesis is a condition where the vertebrae in the spine slips out of place, usually in the lower back. It's a slip disc.
That probably hurts so bad.
Yeah. It's happened to me. It's fucking awful. Anyway, I feel like I've seen this username in my notifications before. In April this year, Mr. Cactus had shared advice with the community. Keep trying different surgeons. Nobody will operate on my back until I'm at least 40 is nonsense coming from a medical professional who lacks perspective. Tell them you are unable to work. Do your job, they added. We live in a capitalist society. I found that the medical industry responds to these keywords far more urgently than you describing unbearable pain and how it's impacting your quality of life. Plan Z. Fake a foot drop or piss yourself. This is the nuclear option, but there comes a time when it is just ridiculous that people won't operate on your broken spine. Yeah.
That's wild.
And I did call, when I saw the Peak Design backpack, I was like, oh, this is like an everyday carry guy. Like he definitely got that from active in the r/1 bag community where the Peak Design backpack brand from the shooting photos is incredibly popular. In April, the account shared a packing list for several months of travel in Asia. And he did. He went and lived in Japan, where he said the Japanese population were NPCs, where they refused to help out a person who was like, exhibiting a stroke in the middle of a street.
Somebody else.
Yeah, somebody. And he was like, they wouldn't even cross the empty streets when the red light was on.
Damn, that's fucking wild.
So, yeah, I clocked his ass as a Redditor.
I mean, a Redditor that goes to Asia.
Oh, mods remove posts.
He suffered from spondylolisthesis. Dude, that's so fucked. That he was that jacked and had a fucked up back.
I mean, that
tough.
happens. Like, it can be a workout injury. It could be an injury. I think people were speculating that it's probably something that happened due to a surfing accident, a surfing incident. Anyway, I know we're going to read the manifesto. I'm gearing up for it.
What else was this guy into? What else was he Redditing about?
I do want to know what other things he has said, and I'm sure my community will scour the interwebs to figure out what the fuck he was saying on his subreddit.
Oh, fuck. Do you have a charger, by the way?
Yeah, iPhone?
I gotta charge my phone, yeah.
But Lightning or USB-C?
Nah, dude, come on. USB-C.
Fuck. I don't have a USB-C.
Wow, broke bitch. This fucking guy's got the old iPhone. He's just fucking pretending, by the way. He's making a big show that he has the old iPhone to pretend he's one of you guys. He's not. He's wearing that button-down crop top probably cost $900 that he's fucking wearing right now.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm a fake socialist.
He's allergic to getting roasted, folks.
Yeah,
you hear those little
I'm a
fucking
fake socialist. I'm a fake socialist. Anyway, let's see what else he had to say. I'm charging it down here.
Thanks, bro.
Down. Oh my God! That's completely out of touch, and an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience. Oh my God! That's completely out of touch.
Oh, he doesn't say the media, but he said this is completely unjust and an insult to the intelligence of the American people. That's what he's that's what he was saying.
Well, I wonder where they got him.
Oh, damn. You fucking found his goddamn Reddit post, huh? Wait, it's not showing anything on the API chat.
Oh, they might have wiped him, bro.
That link is not showing anything. Yeah, I think his age is very important.
How old is
he? He's 26 when your insurance coverage of your parents' insurance goes away. And I feel like that might be a reason. This is completely unjust and an insult to the intelligence of the American people and their lived experience. That's what he said. He might also say out of touch instead of unjust. I can't tell. But I don't think he fucked up. For people saying that he missed his opportunity to hit the fucking one line, you're wrong.
Nah. Yeah, the fact he squeezed that out of nothing. You guys are fucking. Don't be hard on him.
The search function doesn't work. It says pull push may be down.
Too many people trying to see what he was jacking off to.
Post history of his alleged Reddit account, Mr. Cactus, going back to 2016, detailing his time at UPenn, his studies of computer science, his health issues, including spondylolisthesis and spinal fusion. His trip to Asia. His latest post, a cross post to r/Ted Kaczynski.
No, R. Ted Kaczynski. That makes sense, I guess.
Jacket on one of his comments matches the jacket he's wearing on the CCTV.
Oh, my boy was hitting this Uniqlo.
Oh, the Uniqlo pocketable jacket.
Steal this look.
Yeah. Are the 3 trips to Asia before the long post? Were those already removed? Do you have screenshots of those? Open image in new tab. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, journal packing list 2 plus months in Asia in a mid-sized backpack.
Yeah, my boy loves Reddit.
Yeah. I mean, he is. It makes sense. And also, he was low-key using Reddit for the only good purpose that it exists for. Because, like, for the most part, no, just like hyper-specific, hyper-niche advice.
That's true.
On, like, spine injuries or how to deal with, like, doctors.
I'm not a big Reddit guy. I haven't really dipped my toes too much.
New York Times has done coverage of his Reddit posts as well. Oh, my God. Oh, I love this shit so much. Okay. Okay. 24 male with longtime grade. Wait, what? No, this is not correct. This is not his post.
Yeah, it's Mr. Cactus.
Oh, he commented on it. He commented on the post. I'm a terrible example of changing a bunch of things twice. He says, sorry you've been experiencing those issues. Certainly no fun. Okay, we'll scour through his Reddit post in a second. I think it's time to look at the manifesto. Okay,
let's look at him.
So our boy Ken Klippenstein, Ken Leakenstein, he done did it again. He done did it again. He fucking leaked that shit. He got it, and he got it before the mainstream press did. Okay, or rather, the mainstream press refused to release it. So let's get started. I've obtained a copy of the suspected killer Luigi Mangione's manifesto, the real one, not the forgery circulating online. Major media outlets are also in possession of the document, but have refused to publish it and not even articulated a reason why. I think we all know why they don't want to release it. My queries to the New York Times, CNN, and ABC to explain their rationale for withholding the manifesto while gladly quoting it from selectively have not been answered. I'll have more to say on this later, on how unhealthy the media's drift away from public discourse is. But for now, here's the manifesto. It's super short and sweet. He says, to the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country.
Bad start. Sucking off the feds up top is crazy. That's fucking wild, dude.
You let him have that.
Yeah.
You let him have that. Unless this is the feds writing it.
Yeah, that's true. We're getting got right here.
Specifically, my case manager.
What you do is awesome.
You deserve you deserve everything nice, and the fact that you're the fact that you suspect your wife of cheating on you is perfectly valid. She does not appreciate your prowess.
You
your
deserve divorce
prowess.
right. Divorced fathers should have rights too. You can't take to the feds who don't get to see their sons as much as they want to. Okay, so he starts off with the feds. He respects what they do for the country. Interesting.
To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. What the fuck is CAD?
CAD is like that program that you use to fucking, it's like an architecture program. So I guess he looked at the blueprints of shit.
Oh, and a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some strangling notes. Oh, it's a modeling software. Has some strangling notes. And oh my God, look at all my fucking goddamn stem cell nerds in the chat. Dude, this is why I'm saying shit. Like low key, Luigi was very like Luigi is exactly like fits the profile of like more than half of my community that could have gone in a very different direction. Like they could have found themselves in the whims of like Andrew Huberman. It doesn't matter because it's like his radicalizing incident is a universal experience almost. But like as far as like what community he belongs to, like there are many people exactly like Luigi in this fucking in this chat.
I took CAD in middle school or high school. I found a vivid porn DVD in my CAD lab. One of the best days of my life.
The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. Even that seems Fed posting.
Yeah.
Oh, frankly, these parasites simply had it coming.
It's not that explicit, I guess.
Yeah. A reminder, the U.S. has the number one most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly 42 in life expectancy. It's true. United is the indecipherable largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, and Walmart. This is also true.
That's fucking
It has grown
insane.
and grown. Yeah, its profit margins are 6%, but because they are working with almost $500 billion in revenue, that 6% profit margin actually means pure profit to the tune of $33 billion.
That's nuts.
$33 billion.
That's so fucked up.
And the fucking asshole Jesse Waters had or these fucking right-wing Republicans had the audacity to go and talk about, it wasn't Jesse Waters, it was Tim Pool's fucking weirdo guy who was like, the profit margins are really slim on healthcare providers. It's like, they shouldn't exist.
Yeah, there should be no profit, you motherfuckers. That's such a simple thing that you don't have to understand. You don't have to know anything about business or politics to understand. That's such a basic human thing. There should be no profit off of people's fucking healthcare.
Yeah.
That's nuts that we don't think that.
So I work in engineering. It has grown and grown, indecipherable. It has grown and grown, but has our life expectancy? No. The reality is these indecipherable have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument.
Dude. He's like, I don't know all the details, but I got it on me.
Yeah.
And we're gonna fucking figure it out.
I keep that shit. I keep that piece on me.
That's fucking
at
sick.
all times. And
I'm not doing the reading, but I got the blicky on me.
Yeah. I'll let my gun do the talking.
I got it. That's fucking hilarious.
That's what he said.
I'll leave the research to the dorks.
Yeah, but he's a dork.
I know.
Even this is like a dorky Redditor ass way to cover this
but it's
subject
just
matter.
awesome to be like, I haven't done the research, but I know enough to kill a guy.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I feel vindicated in my theories here a little bit, where I said that, like, he is he does fit the profile of like a Redditor kind of like right lib guy, where he has like profound respect for the institutions. I said something along the lines of like the denied depose, defend casings that he wrote, or the things that he wrote on the bullet casings is a famous book. And the book in and of itself actually is from the perspective of a guy who still thinks for-profit healthcare should exist.
Oh, interesting.
But thinks it's gotten far too out of control.
Wow. I mean,
like here's the appropriate way to deny it, but you guys are doing it too much.
Yeah. Even that's insane, to be able to push a guy that thinks that to the point of killing someone is, they're getting way too fucking greedy. That's fucking nuts, dude.
The first couple of things that leap out in Luigi's manifesto, he cites Elizabeth Rosenthal and presumably her book on American sickness, and Michael Moore in his famous documentary on U.S. healthcare sicko. Luigi's politics seem to be the type that is the most underrepresented in elite politics and economic redistributionist with social conservative beliefs. I don't know if it's that, like, I don't know if it's that that well defined.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he has some socially conservative tendencies, but I don't even know if like it's all that. But then again, it is, I think, a foolhardy endeavor in general. Okay, it is a foolhardy endeavor in general to try to identify a tangible, well-defined ideological lane for any American, because I think the system is designed, like our political education is designed to basically make sure that you don't fit in any fucking neat little box. And that's why you see a lot of people personally have inherently contradictory positions, like the fucking QAnon people who are anti-vaxxers and anti-big pharma, who then like will go and vote for the Republican Party because they love the deregulation that the Republican Party is offering, where they think that that's going to fucking solve it. And it's like, they hate big business on its face, but then simultaneously love the people that are helping big business.
But doesn't that show you though that this is how important healthcare is and how both parties are fucking stupid? I mean, I guess they're not because they're just bought and paid for by these healthcare companies, but it's such a clear winning strategy. Some guy killed a fucking CEO in cold blood and people are pumped for it. No matter what the fuck they think, no matter if they're, whatever this guy's saying, like a social conservative guy who wants to redistribute whatever the fuck they are. Definitely people on the left want this, but even the fact that people, you're right, people aren't looking, it's not that deep for a lot of people that might have,
I do not know.
Free market opinions on other stuff. They are getting impacted by health companies so much that even they're like,
they know who the vectors of pain are. Like they know who the pain dealers are in this situation, regardless of not having like the political acumen or the proper words to communicate that anger and resentment. But his action speaks for itself. Anyway, this is his lawyer. Let's see what he had to say.
I don't even know where.
I wish he had hired Lolo for this.
I on my way back to my office, but I don't know. I think what I did, and maybe I think I saw.
He does look like a piece of shit, which you need from a defense attorney.
Hold on, does he have a Baltimore accent too?
Press conference, he mentioned something about people being threatened. I hope not. I mean, that's not what we should be doing as Americans.
When do you expect to talk to your client next?
Soon.
I
anticipate, they stay, but
let's start from the start.
We've made a strong bond, and I'm looking forward to moving forward, helping them out.
How were you approached?
I really don't want to get into that.
Is he saying he's innocent at this point?
He has indicated pleas of not guilty. The only charges that we've seen thus far
have
been the ones here in Pennsylvania, and we have pled not guilty to those charges. And
what's his state of mind?
Where the fuck did he find this guy? He seems like a local.
I don't like this.
He seems like a local Altoona guy.
Why the fuck is this the guy that's no, he needs better defense. He needs better legal defense. I hope his New York lawyer is better.
Look how much more expensive his tie is than his suit.
He's a public defender.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay, no disrespect to the public defenders. We love our public defenders. I just don't like that. I mean,
I kind of like his vibe. But you know what? I like his vibe because he's just like, he doesn't know. He doesn't want to do this. He's just at work, bro. Imagine being a public defender and getting this case.
Oh, dude, I think many public defenders would love the opportunity.
Actually, you're right. There's a lot of lawyers that love the limelight.
This is a massive case with tremendous national prominence, maybe even international.
No,
prominence.
you're right. That's a good point. But not this guy. This guy's just trying to fucking pay off his fucking. I'm gonna guess. Maybe he got a Silverado to treat himself when he turned 54. This guy's just trying to fucking he's just trying to get by.
He does still kind of look like a piece of shit, which I like.
I like that too.
I stand by that. I think you need a real piece of shit for a defense attorney.
Absolutely.
I really can't get into that. That's too speculative. I'm not going to get into that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear from here. You said he has said he's innocent so far?
Oh, yeah, we pled not guilty, at least to the charges in Pennsylvania. Like I said, I'm not aware of any actual charges in New York. If you were in the hearing earlier, there was a proceeding where they introduced some documents, which, as I complained about, didn't have enough information for me. So we're looking forward to getting that additional information.
When did that plea happen? It's not something that at least I was aware of.
Okay, well, hopefully, again, I was not at the arraignment yesterday.
No, he's from Altoona. He's an Altoona native.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. He's so local.
Here it is. Attorney Thomas Dickey is a lifetime resident of Blair County, Pennsylvania, graduate of Altoona.
Ooh, Altoona High.
Altoona High School.
Yeah, I don't really know. I was at the thing earlier. He did not do it. We're gonna talk to the judge, see if we can just get this all sorted out.
Yeah, he is after receiving his law degree from Ohio Northern University. What the fuck?
Dude.
Oh God.
Fuck
He's
Ohio
cooked.
Southern.
He's cooked.
Dude, when you got Ohio and the fucking direction, it's not even all of Ohio. That's tough.
Yeah, Dickey joined the Blair County Public Defender's Office, where he developed his trade for helping citizens navigate the legal system. Dickey began his private practice in 1984, leading to a successful legal defense career with acquittals in cases ranging from DUIs to first-degree murder.
I mean, that's what he does. This is the most DUI guy I've ever seen in my life.
But dude, acquittals for first-degree murder. Let's go.
That's true.
My boy. All right, I'm in the tank. I'm in the tank for Attorney Thomas Dickey.
I bet you that the percentage is 99% DUIs, 1 first-degree murder. But still. That's something.
And winning history, making appeals from the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, resulting in new trials and restoration of custodial rights. As one of the few death penalty qualified attorneys in the area, Dickey is known in many Pennsylvania counties for his strong representation in the courtroom, providing vigorous defense against all levels of criminal charges and active representation in civil litigation.
But this is his bio. He wrote this.
Yeah, a passionate...
He's not going to say this guy, I kind of, I'm okay. I'm like a C+. He's going to talk about how fucking awesome he is.
Yeah, a passionate advocate for his clients. Dickey believes in the Constitution, the blueprint it gives for being a citizen of the great country. Everyone, in all caps, deserves to exercise the rights provided there. And my job is to make sure your rights are upheld.
And that's a bad sign.
You deserve the best representation, and my associates and I are here for you.
The fact that he's doing all caps, like this is probably a transcription from his fucking local commercial.
Yeah.
where he hits everyone and you like that.
Yeah, the website is called the Top 100 Criminal Defense Attorneys.
Just of where.
Anyway, let's continue.
I hope he pled not guilty. I assume that's what happened. But today, when I entered my appearance, and for the record, he's pleading not guilty to those offenses.
So he is. There was. I was at the hearing. He did not say that he was not guilty or make that plea. So right now, though, you're telling us that he is pleading not guilty.
That is correct.
He doesn't say you are under the impression, or you're.
Why would the client say he's guilty as sin? Yeah. Sir, why is your client not admitting to the heinous crimes against CEOs that he has committed?
What do you think his biggest, like, just, I guess now they're going to, if you Google him now, it's all going to be this case, but I wonder what his biggest case outside of this was. I would love to do it.
My DUI attorney was known for capital murder cases. I just beat that DUI. That's who you hire. The capital murder guy costs a lot, but so does a fucking DUI.
Nice, man. Well, congratulations.
On
beating a DUI. Yeah. You're fucking awesome.
You can keep going, Chatter. Let's go. You get those party plates going.
A guy bragging about beating a DUI is so fucking
That's America,
funny.
dog. What the fuck? That's as American as apple pie, baby. That's the most Ohio shit I've ever heard in my chat.
On the fact that he is not the shooter?
Listen, I haven't seen any evidence that says that he's the shooter. So
yes!
That's,
Respect. The GOAT. He came out swinging at that one.
I haven't seen it. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
I said earlier, and I wasn't kidding around. A couple things. If you're
the
going
man
to
was
report
having a
something,
hash
report
brown,
it
minding his
accurately.
own business. All of a sudden, some dumb bitch behind the counter wants to be a hero for a day.
Yeah. My client is innocent.
My client was just trying to have an Egg McMuffin.
Is it a crime?
Is it a crime to have a delicious McGriddle? I didn't think so.
Yeah,
Not in my America. It ain't.
I heard they're saying BDS. They're saying Free Palestine. They're saying BDS. We don't care about that in Altoona.
Is McDonald's in the list?
It is. You got scared.
Fuck, dude. I had some Mickey D's.
It's over. Well, so did this guy. So.
Yeah, that's
And this is not just a small thing. The fundamental concept of American justice is the presumption of innocence,
Yes,
and
sir.
until you're proven guilty
Talk
beyond
to
reasonable
him.
doubt. And I've seen zero evidence at this point, and so I'm not even aware of what any charges.
His face up. This guy rules.
He's like, I don't even know what y'all are talking about. I don't even know what y'all talking about. This crime. What is it? A crime, really?
This guy's fucking awesome.
I say it's self-defense.
Regarding the extradition,
he's like nervous,
request.
dude.
Well, the only hearing today was the extradition, so we're going to take one step at a time. It's a long process. Can be a long
photos
process.
that police released, the NYPD release of him.
I'm sorry?
The photos the NYPD release of your client.
I don't have any control over what the NYPD does. And,
That don't have shit to do with me.
Yeah. No, he is prosecuting a specific case for Pennsylvania, which is like unlawful possession of a fake ID.
Okay.
Unlawful possession of like a weapon, I think, with that may have allegedly been used in the process of a crime. It's shit like that.
Gotcha.
Whereas the NYPD one is the real case. That is
This is just him with all the like his Jason Bourne shit.
Yeah.
His like go bag or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
I cannot believe he didn't fucking dump the gun. That's nuts,
I
dude.
know.
Did this guy watch The Fucking Wire? If he's from Baltimore, you put him down the drain pipes.
Yeah, or just like dump it in a fucking river. Like, what are you doing? Dump it in a river. Let someone else sort it out. It's a ghost gun. It doesn't have a serial number.
At the end of the day, Yeah, they're going to get him for murder. I guess who gives a fuck about a weapons charge, but still kind of wild.
Yeah.
They release something, I hope I can get my hands on them. And if you guys get them, send them to me. I'd appreciate it.
You pled for him not guilty in the state of Pennsylvania about the charges here. Can you just, when did that happen?
Well, he has a hearing coming up. I believe it's
I wanna
the
say
20-somethingth. I can't recall. A lot happened today. So until they haven't even had a prima facie case established.
Maybe right around Christmas.
He's not inspiring confidence.
This
in
guy's
me.
awesome, dude.
He's not. Oh
this
God.
This is the classic. I'm going to jail.
A prima facie case established before they can even the case can move on to the court of common pleas. So the burden is always on the government. Thank God. And that's their burden, and they're going to have to produce some evidence. And
he's cooked. He's talking like basic shit.
No, this is good. This is good. This is not bad. Hold on, let me see.
If and when there are, and you have seen them, will you be pleading not guilty to those as well?
That would be my expectation. That certainly would be my advice.
Your client's demeanor the past 2 days at the arraignment and again today at the hearing. At some points he was, smiling, laughing. You even had to actually tell him to stop talking. What are his feelings right now?
Well,
he seems outspoken.
He's obvious. I said earlier, use your common sense. If you put yourself in, you or a loved one in that position, it's natural, I think, to go
Luigi,
through many emotional states. As far as
Luigi,
him not talking, as long as I'm going to be a lawyer, I'm going to do all the talking. My client's not going to say anything.
A quick question about process. I was also at the hearing last night. I don't remember any plea being.
Yeah, Luigi needs to nip it in the fucking butt.
Mm-hmm.
Like no talking, Luigi.
And this is when being Italian comes back to bite him.
Yeah, but
he's not gonna be able to.
Yeah,
here's what we need. Okay, Luigi, right?
He's loud as fuck. He can't shut the fuck up.
Does Luigi have an even more Italian older cousin with a sexy young girlfriend? My cousin Vinny. We can make this a My Cousin Vinny situation. That's what we really need here. Have you seen My Cousin Vinny recently?
No.
Oh,
I've never seen My Cousin Vinny.
First of all, no one's hotter in the world than Marissa Tomei in that instant. And second of all, this is the blueprint to freeing Luigi. We need his even more Italian paralegal cousin to come. And the case has to hinge on the automotive knowledge of his sexy girlfriend. So it's not a 1-for-1, but that's the path towards freedom for Luigi, I think.
I've never seen My Cousin Luigi.
My Cousin Vinny.
My cousin
You should see
Luigi.
it. It's good.
All right.
Asked for
and again, Marissa amazing.
Okay. As long as he hasn't pled guilty, that's all I care about. So.
Hey, as long as he keeps his Italian mouth shut long enough to not plead guilty, I'm okay.
Lawyer, he didn't have any lawyer record, and he didn't have any representation until I got involved this afternoon. And I'm telling you, he's pleading not guilty to each and every one.
When does that plead normally?
And believe me, I'm going to shove lasagna in his mouth if he ever wants to plead guilty.
Normally, that could happen at the what happened last night at the informal arraignment, which is at the magisterial district judge.
So is he telling you this is all some sort of awful mistake?
I'm not going to talk about anything he's told me.
How do you end up in Altoona?
That's between us.
Attorney-client privilege.
Ever heard of it, dickhead?
I'm not going to talk about that.
Has he been able to contact his family since?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that either.
What the hell up?
Can you tell us when you were hired?
I can say sometime prior to the hearing this afternoon.
Stay tuned.
That is correct.
If Governor Huichel provides this governor's extradition thing, does that change the timetable here? You still have the right to a habeas hearing, don't you?
Yes, sir, we do. Like I said, and I'm not trying to be. It's 24. I'm not trying to be a smartass or anything, but when we've got to wait until we see things. When things happen, we'll react to that and proceed accordingly.
Since cameras weren't allowed in the courtroom, and which is normal and fine.
In Pennsylvania, that's the law.
Would you be able to give us a summary of what it is that happened in the courtroom today?
Yeah, today is basically what it was, and it happened fast. There was an extradition hearing scheduled. I found out about that about an hour or so before the hearing, and the initial thing is a person.
I think the way he carries himself is like kind of goofy, but I feel like it plays well in like a court.
Yeah, I think this guy's
He
a
can
pro.
charm. He can charm a jury. I can see him
I think
doing
this
that.
guy's a pro, but it's just so funny. You can tell he is a little like, this is pretty overwhelming.
Yeah, he's got it. I want to believe in him.
Can waive extradition.
Honey, get my
and
purple
it
Tom.
was my opinion
Get my
and my
nicest
advice
Tom,
under the
honey.
circumstances that he not, and I emphasize the not because apparently there's news reports already going out that he waived his extradition. He did not do that. And so that's why we wanted to make sure we're going to use the process and use the Constitution and the rights that are available to any one of us in this room and any American citizen or person charged with a crime.
Law tip, this is a great ass Altoona lawyer. Do not put this man in front of a New York jury. Yeah. Yeah, you need a very different kind of fucking vulture in New York, I think.
No, keep him in Altoona.
Yeah.
Keep him on the fake ID case.
So we're going to move forward.
You argue that he should not be eligible for, I'm sorry, that he should be eligible for bail, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk about some of those reasons.
Yeah, so in Pennsylvania, the Constitution says that all crimes are generally a bailable offense. Bailable offense means you have to set some form of bail. The exception to that is if it's a capital case, which means the Commonwealth or the government is looking for the death penalty. And I'm proud to say I am one of the few attorneys in Pennsylvania that's qualified to do that.
Talk your shit. Talk your shit.
Penalty
Drop your
cases.
nuts on him in the
But
middle of
those,
this.
this is not a capital case. Knock on wood, at least that I'm aware
And
of
by the way,
right
if it
now.
was, I would be able to
If
handle
a first degree murder, which carries in Pennsylvania life without parole. If the charge which you're faced with is life without parole, then you're not eligible for bail. Since the crime, at least what was set forth by the district attorney, was alleged to be a second degree murder, that's not life without parole. So I believe that bail should have been set.
But you also talked about like a home monitoring system was a possibility. His lack of prior criminal history. I mean, you really feel that your client should be out in the public. You do not feel that he's a threat to the community.
Yeah, now you got to understand, when you set bail, the judge could set $1 million bail. It could be $5 million bail, but damn it, you get bail. That's what you do.
That's right,
and
damn
like I said, anytime you look at the criminal justice system, pretend you're that one in that spotlight. You're going to want to be out. And, so, yeah, I think he was entitled to bail, and the judge makes it $100 million or $10 billion or $100,000. He's entitled to bail. But to simply say no bail, in all due respect, to the judge, I believe bail should have been set.
Oh, he's behind the Tom Dickey. I just realized he's
Oh,
behind.
he's
behind
the promo. He's getting good promo.
I can't because I wasn't at that proceeding.
Is your client being held in solitary confinement?
I can't comment on that. I do not know.
What is the procedure the next couple of days? What are you going to do? What is going to happen?
I'm not going to get into a lot of detail. I do have some things planned, but I can't get into that because
stay
I don't
tuned.
think
I'm
that's what
moving in
attorneys do.
silence.
So are there any other court proceedings in the next day or two?
Not that I'm aware of. I hope that since I'm the attorney of record, that they let me know about it.
Earlier in the news today, you talked about the masks possibly as being related to coronavirus. Could you elaborate on that?
I'm talking about Altoona friends right now. They all know this guy's a total monster. Apparently, the guy he got acquitted for murder once stabbed a guy at a gas station in clear view of cameras.
Okay.
Let's go.
That's not bad.
Let's
Okay.
fucking go, baby.
Tom's nice with it, apparently.
Yeah, he's got that Tom Long Dicky of the law. That's right. I am the law. Okay, numbers on the board, dude. He's
Tom, he's gonna settle in. He's a little flustered. It's a little surprising, but Tom's gonna do the damn thing.
I think is poetry in motion when you see him in a fucking Altoona courtroom. Okay,
yeah, you're right. You couldn't have an Italian. There would be two Italian unless he's related to him. You need some kind of other type of trash. That is what Tom Dickey is.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know where you all are from, but I still see people wearing masks. They say numerous masks. A lot of times when you buy masks, you got to buy them. They don't. I guess you can buy them individually, but every time I bought them, they come in boxes. So
true.
I don't know. Oh, I can tell you that's not a
true,
crime.
Tom.
That's not a crime.
That makes a lot of motherfucking sense why you said that.
I would not ever indicate anything that he indicated to me.
What's
I
his
can't get into
demeanor
that.
like? Is he worried?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on that, but like I said, use your common sense. If you were,
put yourself in my client's shoes. Put yourself in my client's shoes.
Tommy
Common
Dickey.
sense, please. It's not so
Look at
common.
look at his fucking face.
Yeah. But I mean, he's right though. It's like, yeah, what do you think? What do you think, dumbass? Nah, he's cool as a cucumber, dude. He's looking at fucking. This is the trial of this decade.
Let's say he gets whatever. Let's say Tom Dickey doesn't do the damn thing. Luigi's in jail. What's the conjugal visit situation? Because I feel like
you trying to suck him.
I'm not, but I feel like Luigi could live a pretty good life,
dude.
Getting sucked in jail.
His commissary link is gonna get blasted.
He's Cheetos up, yeah.
This
he's
dude
gonna
is
have
gonna
Laffy
level up
Taffies, he's
inside of
gonna
that
have ramens.
prison. Like he is literally gonna be the god
All
of
the
that prison.
tuna, all the canned tuna you could fucking
Yeah.
The tuna creations where it's like half some shit. It's like the lemon zest tuna or whatever the fuck that is. He's gonna have it all, bro. Slim Jims. But I feel like, do you have to get married? I never knew those because
yeah, you do. For conjugal visits, you have to
can't
be
just
married.
get pussy. You can't just be a cool guy that's dating in jail. You have to have a wife. That kind of sucks. Now, could he get divorced every month and get a new piece of pussy there every month? Could he do that?
Just a scheme.
I'm trying to figure it out.
You are
Because I think Luigi. Look,
you're really
he's
invested
going
in
down, bro.
No,
he's going down.
No,
They're not going to let him get away with this.
Nah,
I'm trying to make sure he's having a good time
That's
in
pessimistic.
jail.
That's pessimistic.
The point is, the guy we need a silver lining here. I'm trying to get a scheme together of him
you've
having a good time.
already given up. I still believe.
You think he's going to get off?
I believe in the justice system.
Right.
I believe in the criminal justice system. I believe that he's free. I think he's a free man.
I'm saying free him. I'm just saying, okay, look, you have to be prepared for the doomsday scenario. And if things go the wrong way, I want to have a divorce every month scheme ready to go with divorce lawyers to be able to get Luigi as the silver lining of getting, for him to cash in on all the internet thirst, even if he's in jail. Am I a monster for that?
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand where you're coming from, but that's like, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay, all right.
All right.
If you were,
there's so many pressure points here where like things can fucking fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, the NYPD can fuck up the case.
That's true. Jail or confined in a state where supposedly there's rumors going around you're going to be charged with murder.
Don't forget, folks.
Use your common sense.
Don't forget the Stavvy Baby 2025 calendar.
Probably not a whole lot.
Let's send one of these to Luigi. Can we get this to Luigi?
I'm not.
Someone contact
like
Tom
the airplane
Dickey
movie said.
and
Hey,
see
give us
if
your
I can
impression.
get
And the guy
a
says, I
Stavvy
don't
Baby
do impressions.
2025
So
calendar sent to
I
Luigi.
wasn't looking for impressions. What I was trying to do
And listen, go to Stavvy.biz.
was form a bond with
To
my
buy
client. I want
yours.
him to trust me, and I want him to be confident that I'm here for him. And I feel that I'm very pleased how that went.
How about his mental and his physical health?
Excuse me, ladies first.
Ladies
sorry.
first.
He's charismatic. Baja blast my brains out. Thank you for the 5-2. Give this
may have had, and do you think that could have contributed to some sort of breakdown?
I'm an attorney. I'm not a physician. I
We got
would only be
cookies, too, let's not
speculating. I'm
forget.
not going to do that.
What's the benefit of not waiving the extradition and going to New York and having?
There's a lot of benefits to that. It would take too long for me to get into all that. It's
I don't want to bore you.
Testing the process. I haven't seen anything. I have not seen one scintilla, one speck, one drop of any evidence yet. So it's what I decided. I think was in our best interest to do today.
Can you clarify?
Thank you for not picking the remaining Diet Cokes that I haven't drank since BDS made Diet Cokes.
Shit.
Yeah.
Why are they even there, dude?
Well, I mean, I am a Diet Coke monster. I had them, and I haven't drank them
So
since.
no Coke whatsoever?
No Coke.
Is Dr. Pepper Pepsi? What is
No, it's fine. Dr. Pepper's
They're
good.
their own shit?
Mountain Dew's good, too.
Ah.
Okay, let's see what we got here.
These are my mother's cookies. You get a care package every year. Let's not forget. We've got Melo Macarona, the brown ones, the honey cookies. Those are her specialty. And then Curabia, there's the white. I mean, how good is that shit, huh? Fuck it. I don't want to be rude. These are Curabiedas. These are a buttery powdered sugar cookie. Those are a honey olive oil orange spice zest cookie.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, your mom made these?
Yeah.
I thought you bought them.
No, dude, my mom made them.
God damn, it's fire.
I packed those in my suitcase.
Yo, you better not give these shits to Bobby Lee, bro. He don't deserve it.
Bobby and Andrew Santino will be getting a package as well.
Fuck them.
Don't be jealous of my other friends, Hassan.
No. Fuck those guys.
Don't be jealous. Just be thankful. I only had so much room in my suitcase, and you know how much that takes up? And I'm fat as shit. You know how big my clothes are?
No, I know. I have similar issues.
Well, because you're giant fucking
Yeah,
pants.
I can confidently say I'm no longer big boy status. I'm no longer fat.
Shut the fuck up. You never were, you fucking
There was a
idiot.
point where I was.
No, there really wasn't.
Don't make me pull out the meat pic, bro.
Dude, you can pick the fattest you get the one pic you had where you look kind of fat.
So you admit it.
You looked kind of fat, but you don't even understand what it's like to live in, to really truly swim in fat. You've never swam in obese waters, okay? And you're tall and you're handsome. And I'm handsome too, don't get me wrong, but you don't know what it's like. Do you understand what your life would be like if we switched bodies? You would be if you looked like me, you would be restocking the fridge at the Young Turks office right now. I would be the most famous man in America if I was in your body. That's the difference.
No, there's the side of this that doesn't get addressed.
Go ahead.
Where when you're hot, people don't think you're capable of being funny.
I mean, it's not that. Some hot people can be funny.
It's hard. It's hard for us out here.
It's not hard for you. Your life is fucking easy as hell.
People literally, it's pretty easy
in the history of mankind.
It's pretty easy. People try to make it as
you're in the top like 0.01% of easiest lives, like from the start of history. Pretty good, right? Pretty good.
I'm about to be fat by the end of this.
That's maybe my point. Yeah, I'm trying to fatten you up. No, I like that you're out here sexy, you know? Who gives a fuck? I like my friends to be winning, but don't fucking pretend you even know what it's like. That's my only issue with you. Just be honest with who you are.
Are you fucking kidding me? Right after my conversation with Lina Khan, Donald Trump announced that Lina Khan will not be the FTC chair.
Wow. The Hassan curse. The Hassan curse, dude. If she had come on Stavvy's World, he would have brought her back.
I feel like I didn't play a role in this, did I?
No, they don't fucking watch streaming.
You kidding me? He went on fucking Aiden Roz's stream.
Yeah, he watches popular streams.
Oh,
he watches streams that have some impact on the world. Not this. You gotta start gambling, dude.
Bro, this shit is so fucking good. Yeah. God damn it, Barron Trump is in the chat telling his dad, like, end this right now.
You think Barron? What's Barron's media diet like? I wonder if he's a Kill Tony fan.
Oh yeah.
You think Barron watches Kill Tony? I wonder what he thought of my appearance. Barron, if you watch Kill Tony, check out mine. Let me know what you thought. But is he like? Has anybody heard that kid talk? He's so tall.
What does that have to do with
He's
his
so
speech?
tall, and he just seems like, I don't know. And he's like always hugging his mother. I think there's something off.
He's
and it's Trump's old jizz, so he might be like, autistic or something. Which, no disrespect, but it's possible.
I don't know how that works. It could
His
be.
jizz is old as hell.
Is that what happens with old
dude, the
jizz?
older your jizz gets, the more something might be a little off with the kid's mental. That's true. I know that sounds like Greek science, but that's legitimately true, bro. Jizz definitely kind of goes bad. I'm not even joking. Fucking, there must be a doctor in the chat. I am fully right. That shit. Trump's old jizz went a little stale. And it's fucking
his stale robes.
The shit wasn't swimming so much, it's degrading a little bit. At least I think that makes sense, right? There's no way old man jizz is as fresh as young jizz. There's just no way.
You want to see who speaks? He has like a Patrick Bateman.
Yeah. Maybe the older the jizz, I would bet there's a graph. The older the jizz of the father, the more like a kid might have a speech impediment or something.
Oh, look.
How are you? I'm in the business. It's very nice to see you.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like Patrick Bateman.
Oh, okay.
How are you?
I'm in the business.
It's very nice to see you. Very nice.
Interesting. All right. Who knows? I'd have to hear more. But anyway, someone bring up I know there's some jizz studies out there. That's got to be true.
Chatters are real nerds about it. Immediately, they're like, "Well, here's the
let us
scientific.
Know. Let us know, guys.
Here's the scientific study.
Make some graphs on AutoCAD or whatever the fuck.
Oh, fathers associated with birth risks.
Thank you. Dude, that just makes common motherfucking sense. You're not supposed to make... I
don't know what you ate, but I smell it with that burp.
I had a chopped Chinese chicken salad and avocado toast.
What is up with this health kick, dude?
I had a couple bad days. I was having some tough... I don't want to get too graphic, but... let's just say I needed a little fiber in the diet.
Oh, you weren't able to push it out? I've been there.
Let's just say I need a little fiber.
Molecular biologists, as fucking funny as is put, as someone ages, they get more mutations, making birth defects or deficiencies more likely to occur.
That's what the fuck I'm saying, dude. And yes, he says same thing for women as women age. For sure, old eggs, same thing as old jizz. It gets a little, it's a little fucking... Like if you open a snack right before it's gonna go bad, even a Twinkie is not as good as a fresh Twinkie. You know what I'm saying? Some old Doritos.
Yeah, Twinkies and jizz are. I mean, you're right. You've already
two of your favorite snacks.
Yeah. You've already addressed it. Okay, so I mean, I'm a little bored of all the stuff that this guy's putting out there, but we have more investigations. I never even finished the manifesto.
Yeah.
We said obviously the problem is more complex, but I do not have the space. Frankly, do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument.
Yes, we thought we made fun
but
of
many
that.
have illuminated the corruption and greed, e.g., Rosenthal, Moore, decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty.
Yeah.
Luigi,
you ain't wrong, man. May our boy Tom pull some Tommy Tricky Dicky get you off. Salud.
Let's hear what our Bill Burr had to say about
Billy have to say?
Annoying me about this kid who killed this CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people when they are at their most vulnerable, after we've all given them our money every fucking month and now we finally need you and all you do is deny us.
That beep did not work.
I love that.
When they just the beep comes delayed.
Yeah.
And then these pussies and all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. I got to be honest with you, okay? I love that fucking CEOs are fucking afraid right now. You should be.
Amen.
By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy fucking pieces of shit. And a lot of you are mass murderers.
Yes, dude.
You just don't pull the trigger.
Dude, he is such a beautiful way with fucking words, dude.
He's fucking
I love
on
him.
that one.
I love him
That's
so
awesome.
much. He is like the number one guest that I would love to have one day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the man for sure.
Have you ever,
he's fully so correct about this. It's crazy.
Have you ever linked up with him? Have you hung out with him?
I mean, one time we were on one show together. He was cool. But no, I don't. And we have mutual friends, but
yeah, was he like, how the hell are ya?
Yeah. It was cool because I think he clearly had seen some random, because when he said hello, he smiled in a way that was like,
you're so fucking parasocial, dog. You're like,
no. Well, he had seen some because also the way the Comedy Store works, each person has to fucking introduce the next one. And I was going right after him, and he gave me a nice introduction. He was like, "I see this guy online. He's very funny, but he forgot my name." So then he had to go
it's
back and
too
be like,
ethnic.
He would be like, "Dude, he was like, what's your name?" I was like, "It's all good, man." But it was the funniest moment to have. He felt bad clearly, but he just fully. He knew who I was, but he didn't know my name.
That's how you know Greeks are not white, bro. He couldn't even handle your fucking exotic name.
It was too much for him.
What is this, Stavros?
But I'll take it. That little smile of recognition meant more to me than knowing my actual name.
I love him so much.
Yeah, he's the man. And this is exactly what he just basically put into words what it's good that CEOs are scared. It's good that
that they're criminals.
Well, that's the thing. The inequality is so fucking crazy that and billionaires are treating people so bad and they're so in their own bubble. They don't understand how much people hate them. And it's good that they have a tangible, I mean, there's no better proof than someone was willing to kill us and people weren't that sad about
People
it.
were fucking ecstatic.
In fact, people were pumped. It's good that they at least understand how people feel about them and that you can try and make as much money as you fucking want. You can put, you can put the value of human life lower than a fucking dollar, but eventually you become this level of fucking villain and you're not in your own circles. Everybody sucks your cock, but most people don't feel that way.
We'll do the Chuckle Sandwich episode that came out later after Stavvy is gone. But
yeah, shout out to Billy Boy.
That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, but what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
It's great. Very succinct. And expertly put. I do really like Bill Burr for
and you're a big Bill Maher fan too. You tell me that privately all the time. You always talk. Every time I come here, I was watching Club Random.
Don't even fucking joke. Okay, first of all, Club Random is a banger, but not for the intended reasons why he puts it out.
I'm fucking with you, obviously.
But oh God, I can't.
But Burr is the man.
Dude, Maher brings out a visceral reaction.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's just he is all of the anger and resentment I have towards the Democratic Party and liberal elites personified.
He's so smug and
in this smarmy elitist alcoholic package.
Yeah,
where he's always like,
nobody wants to admit that that most people's lives follow a very traditional path of he just became more conservative. He got old and he's a millionaire and he's conservative now. And he wants to always these guys can't admit that it's you're not like a fucking rebel.
Yeah, and you're also not in tune with the demands of the public. It's incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, that's so hard. It's just the fact, sometimes I think about that where it's the last few years I just don't think about money anymore. And every other year of my life until, I'm 35 now, basically in my 30s I haven't had to think about money. And I'm not as in tune. Least my I'm close to my family, and so I'm still around that shit. But that bothers me in terms of being able to do stand up and being funny in a way that's relatable. It's I don't have to deal with that shit anymore. What do you think it's like if you've been a fucking millionaire for 25 years?
Dude, absolutely.
You don't know what life. You have to. I try to actively. I'm actively trying not to be out of touch. But if you're those guys who don't even think about that, you're gonna be out of touch.
I am a very stubborn piece of shit. Okay, I'm a fucking asshole. The first time, for years and years, even though I had the money for it, I refused to even get a fucking upgrade, despite my 6'4" stature.
Yeah.
On airplanes.
Wow.
Out of sheer principle.
Yeah.
And my friends would look at me like I am an insane person for not even getting the extra, economy plus, because I was like, back in my day, that shit was free. You would ask the fucking nice person at the counter to be like, I'm a really tall guy. Can I sit at the emergency seat? And they'd be like, sure. And then they fucking made it so that you have to pay for that.
Now you have to pay for choosing which regular aisle seat you get. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah. And I was so frustrated with that I refused to pay for even that. And I would always carry my big ass bag around because I would never pay for the checked baggage fee. I hated that. And I had this massive fucking old ass bag that I got from my hand-me-down from my grandparents. And the first time, and I've talked about this before, the first time I ever purchased a business class ticket, I realized oh shit, they treat you.
Oh, they treat you like a human being.
Yeah.
No, and look, I'm so fucking fat that of course, as soon as I could afford first class, I'm getting first class. But it's nice. But what it is you get the dignity of a human being.
Yeah.
It's not even super luxury. It's just we just are nice to you and you don't feel like you're fucking cattle.
Yeah, the first time that I got it, I was like, oh my God. Like, this is how every single person should be treated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Except you have to pay, 10x the price to get the normal human interaction.
Yeah.
And that was my moment where I was like, fuck, if I, like, this is a change. This is a change in my experience. And I feel like, I feel like that was like a very clear indication that like I am now, like if I take this for granted,
yeah,
and if I don't, if I don't have this like lived experience, I'm gonna, if I don't check myself, I'm gonna get out of touch.
Totally.
Like that was definitely something that
No, you can't complain about anything in first class. Like I'm like, this fucking. If I had to go back, fat as shit in the middle seat. I mean, I do sometimes still fly because I just fly to weird places, but it's truly just being fat as hell. I actually prefer, dude, if I could pay to just have the aisle, I would pay for 2 seats because I like to be able to, it's more of a horizontal issue for me.
But they don't even like, they don't make it so that you can like open the fucking seats up so you can like actually sprawl out either. It's just like you're slammed in there. But yeah, it's just it is the no, you can, but I don't think you can like take the partition out. You know what I mean? Or I mean, I guess in some planes you could.
You know what? Actually, I bought it one time, but they make you do it so human. There's no way to do it on an app. You have to call someone and be like,
"Look, this is my favorite type of fucking dumbass." The millionaires are complaining. We're not complaining, you fucking idiot.
We're not complaining. It's awesome.
We're
Suck my
cognizant.
dick.
Yeah, we're also cognizant of our like changing finances and how that it is a meta conversation about how that like changes your mentality.
Yeah,
it's something that you consistently have to fight back against to ensure that you're not like out of touch.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be out of touch. And also, fuck you, Jones Cola. You could eat my ass cheeks. But the way they make you get the extra seat is you basically have to call the guy and be like, yeah, so I'm so fucking fat, I need 2 seats. Like they make you sort of like, and they're like, oh, is there some reason? And it's like, yeah, I'm very fat. And it's like they make you say that to a guy, and the guy, I could feel the guy chuckle when I told him.
Well, I mean, the likelihood that they're also fat is high.
True, that's true.
So
That's
they probably
true.
get it.
That is fucking true. But then you have to also, what if it's sold out? And then it's like, hey, yeah, please don't let anybody from standby here. I'm too fucking fat. You know what I mean? Like I always think about that shit. But anyway. What were we talking about?
We are. I wanted to show, like, speaking of people being out of touch, look at this 28-second snippet from Laura Ingraham and how clearly it demonstrates like how little they fucking care about homeless people getting executed versus like a CEO.
We'll dig into it later. The Instagram posts from nutbag people, which I was sent in the commercial break earlier, crazy. Like, he's cute, and people celebrating this. This is a sickness.
Shut up,
honestly.
bitch.
It's so disappointing, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised.
No, just wait for the change though.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. And up next, the other big news out of New York, Daniel Penny. A lot of people think he's a hero, and tonight he's not guilty. My take next.
What the fuck?
Immediately. In the same
they did that on purpose. They're baiting literally you.
They're like, it's awesome.
God
it's so
damn.
awesome.
He's a hero because he killed one homeless guy.
Yeah.
But a guy who kills the fucking CEO, like, okay, let's say that guy's good, right? Let's just say they're right. How many people did that homeless guy annoy compared to how many people the fucking healthcare CEO helped kill?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then they're either both heroes or neither one of them's a hero. Laura, you fucking dumb bitch.
Yeah, there's also the Jesse Waters clip. Does chat have the Jesse Waters clip?
And let's not pretend he's not a piece of ass. You can't take that from Luigi.
Lamau, this fat guy is amazing. Make this man your co-host right the fuck now.
Thank you, Doc Wormulin.
It's hilarious.
This fat guy.
I can't hire him, bro. Are you kidding me?
Sorry,
he's
man.
too famous.
This fucking guy can't afford me. And by the way, Doc Wormulin, if you wanna see more of me, check out the Stavvy Baby 2025 calendar and the Dreamboat Tour coming to a city near you. Stavvy.biz for tickets.
Here's
would
what.
it kill you to go to my website and let the people fucking see the places I'm going for a second, man? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ.
You son of a bitch, dude. Every fucking time this guy comes here.
I have a job to do. I have an actual job to do. I don't get
Is there
to talk.
Is there dick in here anywhere?
No,
okay.
It's just all the places I'm going.
Damn, San Francisco, those libtards already
They
sold out.
already sold out the first show. We added a second one.
Yeah.
Eugene, Oregon, Spokane, Seattle, Portland, Vancouver. You fucking see it, folks. I'm not going to read them all. We're going all the way to the West Coast, then we're going back. Denver already sold out one.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Oklahoma.
I'm going. Yeah, I'm getting in touch with the heartland. Unlike you,
Yeah, I'm
you're
out
a
of
fucking
touch.
coastal elite.
I'm a coastal elite. I fly business. I'm out of touch.
But anyway, fucking buy some tickets, folks. And there you go, buddy. That's all. That's all. I just wanted them to take a look at it.
Are we going too far down now?
No, do all the way.
There you go.
And of course, the movie. Let's
and
start
of course,
a
let's start a cult. Yeah.
Back to Luigi coverage.
But here's what Jesse Waters had to say.
And good, he's got it. Now, he's a prep school kid. He's politically connected in
he's
Maryland.
ready for prison?
I don't think anyone's ready, Brian. Maybe
Damn,
you are,
Jesse's
Brian, in a
looking
different
tough,
way.
dude.
But this
the
guy's
filler's
not ready.
sitting in nice.
Look, he goes, maybe you're ready for prison, Brian, to Brian kill me. This is disrespectful. I don't know what he meant by that. He's like, you give a good suck job to get that commissary treatment.
Brian, you got a nice mouth on you, Brian.
Yeah. But it's not, here, listen to this.
He's way too soft. He's going to get annihilated on the inside. And
killed
good.
a guy.
If he's not going to get the death penalty, maybe someone will do him justice behind bars.
Wow. That's you're rooting for.
He's
guys
rooting
are the justice people.
He's rooting for the fucking CEO killer to get the pedophile treatment in prison. It's like
that. Well, Jesse's actually jealous that he's sexy for real.
Yeah.
Jesse wishes he was sexy like Luigi.
Yeah, I don't think that people have Jesse Waters' attitude at all. Honestly,
That's all I have to say about
No.
that.
You should stop there.
Who said that?
Judge Janine.
You said to stop?
Yeah.
No, I mean, it is weird. It's like, yeah, exactly. Look, if you want to say that about a fucking child predator, I'm not going to stop you on that one. Right? But like,
yeah, it's
this,
just
like this guy deserves extra judicial murder.
Yeah, in prison. Like, as though that's one, it's also incredibly unlikely to happen. Like,
Yeah.
it is the most unlikely thing to happen.
Well, who knows? He might get Epsteined.
I don't think that like I don't think that anybody's gonna be like, wow, this guy fucking sucks in prison.
Yeah, well, he's so cute.
Yeah,
maybe he gets a husband.
I think he means rape. No, I think he's talking about because he connects it to the death penalty. Even if he doesn't get the death penalty, he means murder. They're not saying they're gonna do like extrajudicial rape. He's saying they're gonna murder him in prison.
I mean, and also, what are the odds that half the fucking guys in prison have people that died because of like some healthcare shit?
Yeah,
Poor
like
people
what the fuck are you talking
are
about?
up against that shit.
Every rich people, like this kid, literally was
true.
impacted by it. The idea that he is going to be harmed in prison and be treated like a fucking pedophile, like a chomo, is insane.
Yeah, they're gonna check his paperwork. They're gonna be like, "Damn, this guy's fucking cool. This guy's fucking awesome."
Yeah, it's just so stupid. I just think that like he had the audacity to hope for such a thing.
Well, that's the other thing. It's like you really want, like, it's okay. Even if you're like, this is disgusting, this guy should be in jail. It's like you want him to get fucking killed. But I guess that is true. That is what these people.
No
people
fucking
like
way.
this
He did not have a StockX or
No.
a Grailed account.
That's gotta
no
be fake.
shot.
That's pretty. Those are
He
pretty
favorited
nice.
the Chrome Hearts Rick Owens collabs. Those
are his
crazy.
faves. Those are cool.
Those are crazy. Raph Simmons, Nebraska sweatshirt. Raph Simmons
30,000.
Yeah, these are. I mean, these are archive pieces. Like, there's no way you can.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no way you can do that. I can make you that right now. I can make that fucking hoodie or that sweatshirt that says
No, I'm
Nebraska.
saying that like there's no way you can acquire it in any other way unless you make it. I guess. Yeah.
But they just who gives a fuck? It's a
He
fucking
was
sweater.
Vamp Life. He did throw up the opium. You know. Las Canarias, thank you for the 10 community gift subs, allowing me to purchase this Raf Simons Nebraska sweater.
You're like, I don't know, I think it's good. And you fucking tomorrow you're wearing it.
Yeah, he's going to that Raf Nebraska is my listing, Haas. Send it to me for free right now.
The Nebraska is
Why
yours.
do you have
for
a
30K?
fucking $30,000 Nebraska sweater and you haven't gifted subs in the chat? The fuck is going on?
Okay, that's fucking stupid. I get that. I understand that it's all perception or whatever, but that shit's not worth $30,000 fucking dollars.
Hell no, I like clothes.
That shit.
What the hell?
It's a fucking crew neck.
I buy a lot and collect. No, people buy this at retail when it's like $1,000, which is still already insanely overpriced, and then they sit on it to sell.
Right, like it's fucking.
Yeah,
like it's fucking.
Like the shoes
Pokemon
I'm wearing right now, I
cards.
bought these retail. Okay, these are unassuming.
Those are nice.
The shoes I have, I bought these retail. These
What
are
do they cost you?
They're $200 or something,
Mhm.
right? Unassuming Cactus Jack Travis Scott's.
Oh, those. Okay.
Yeah. And I looked it up the other day. And the fucking shoes are now like $4,000 or something.
You should fucking sell them, dude. I know you need the money.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand they have value because they're whoever the fuck made them.
What
But
is
I
this?
mean, come
Not
on.
800? I mean, that's still fucking crazy. Yeah, this is vintage Raf, like a stable archive. Yeah, this is like archival pieces. Like there's a lot.
I don't give a fuck. It's a fucking sweater.
Yeah,
The one on the right.
I know.
Listen, the one on the right, I'll hear you out. That's something at least. That's a little piece of artistry. That's literally a fucking crew neck that says Nebraska on it. I don't fucking care.
No, I feel you. I'm just trying to explain the
I
process
understand. I
behind
understand the
it.
concept of I understand the concept of inflated value because they like the guy who made it, but it's fucking stupid, is all I'm saying. And I understand. Listen, I'm not against fashion. Whatever, do whatever you fucking want, but.
No, I know. I wouldn't. This is insane. Like I don't know who the fuck is you know.
Like you show up wearing that and people
I
will
don't
be like,
know.
oh.
I don't know who is gonna. Yeah, first of all, it says Nebraska on it, which is ridiculous. But also, I don't know who the fuck would have like the $30,000 that's like not even an issue. Passenger shaming. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. We are 5 tier 1 gifted subs closer to buying the Nebraska hoodie. But yeah. I am. Fashion is fat phobic.
That is a good point.
It is true. It's
That is a
100%
good
true.
point.
Except for like in the last couple of years, it's gotten less fat phobic because like all the pieces are like much larger.
Yeah, but that's just I mean, it's taken so long to just get like fat motherfucker sizes, but they're out there now.
Yeah.
But what you're talking about is just the cuts have gotten larger, but you still look fucking fat. You're supposed to be oversized.
Luigi Mangione new ball. Chrome Hearts Hassan Piker merch. Yeah. Anyway, Canadian Succubus, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Okay, let's get back to CNN coverage on this.
To the intelligence of the American people. Let's bring in trial attorney Mercedes Colwin with us.
With the
look,
Wired.
this is someone between what you're hearing
Didn't
him
even
say
get the
right
AirPods.
there, manifesto, messages left on these bullets. Right. I mean, this is someone on a mission, it appears. He is the alleged killer in this case. We have to be very clear about that.
Akabidi, thank you for the 20 gifted.
Extradition hearing here, but I just wonder what you think of a moment like that as you see it, knowing the evidence that police say they have on this person.
Brianna, it's very disturbing, and those types of outbursts will certainly be evaluated by his defense team because that's just not normal. I mean, we've already had reports that he has been very strange since over the summer, that he has become reclusive. This man,
Yeah, they're trying
Luigi's cooking up the insanity defense.
No, I think Reagan's bunk.
No, he's going Uncle Junior, dude.
Reagan's bunk made in hell. No, I think what they're trying to do is like the media narrative is going to be like, oh, he wasn't coherent in his acts, so that they can like disparage the action itself to like cut away at the propaganda that comes off of this story.
Right.
They're
Only
doing
an insane person would want to kill a healthcare
They're doing
CEO.
2 different methods. One is saying he's like a socialist, when it like very clearly he's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not that it fucking matters to me, obviously, but like they're basically trying to present him as like an insane left winger,
right?
In an effort to get like people to cling on to this narrative so that they will feel embarrassed to support him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what it is. But it's not really
this could
working.
be in Luigi's favor, though. I'm telling you, he does the Uncle Junior defense. He says he's fucking crazy, and he's on house arrest.
Yeah.
Manifesto is these rantings and ravings of an individual that obviously has some aberrant thoughts in his mind, and that's why he put it down on paper. So all of that is certainly very disturbing. The defense is going to have to evaluate whether this is an individual that really will even understand the charges. I mean, they may, depending on how aberrant his thoughts are, he has to be able to understand the process.
Yeah, he's insane.
He doesn't understand it. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, no, he's this killer is disturbing. He's insane, guys. Please,
He
stop.
put it together. He made the plan.
Yeah, no, they're like, stop cheering him on, please. This is very scary for us. Can you please stop cheering him
scared.
on? Yeah,
I don't feel fucking scared. I haven't denied people's claims. I haven't fucking forced people to go bankrupt because their aunt got cancer.
Yeah. No. Yeah, if you feel resentment towards the for-profit healthcare insurance industry, you're just as insane as this guy.
And the proceedings, even at this stage, and if there's some indication that he isn't able to do so, there might have to be some psychological evaluation, and then that will be reported back to the judge, and the judge will make the ultimate ruling as to whether or not to proceed.
Yeah, notice how early on they said it could be a hitman because it was such a professionally.
Well, they were covering their
executed
bases
hit.
because they're so bad at being fucking cops.
Yeah.
That was the NYPD being like, oh, I mean, this guy's fucking John Wick. It's not our fault.
This is the greatest assassin of all time. Yeah. Yeah, once they caught him, they're like, he sucks. He's stupid. He's mentally ill and also a leftist. He's a card carrier. He was at the DSA meeting right before he did the shooting. That's how you know he wasn't a socialist, dude. He wasn't fucking sitting around reading books and being fucking annoying.
He said it himself. I'm not doing all the research.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking cleaning my gun and letting it fucking talk for me.
Yeah, he's like...
I respect that.
He wasn't doing land acknowledgments.
No, dude, not at all.
Proceed with the proceeding, but this type of outburst is definitely very disturbing.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You saw officers shuffling him in as quickly as possible.
The pictures are
I'm
so
wondering,
funny.
Mercedes, as you're talking about the suspect here having a grasp of what the proceedings are going to be like, what actually happens at an extradition hearing?
There has to be an establishment by the demanding state. Demanding state is New York. The asylum state is Pennsylvania. So the demanding state, that New York has to establish to law enforcement that this is the individual that was the alleged shooter of Brian Thompson. So they'll have to go through the evidence that we've already described, the manifesto, the ghost gun,
Mercedes,
the images that we saw. Even the eyewitness.
Trying her best.
They may even bring in some of the eyewitness who was discovered. The arresting officer in Pennsylvania will come forward and talk about the exchange that he had with Mangione. It's already been reported that arresting officer, when asked Mangione, the first words out of his mouth, it's been reported, he asked Mangione, were you in New York? And certainly Mangione, at least this officer, claims that he was very nervous when asked that question. So there will be testimony, there will be evidence, but Mangione can waive it. I mean, depending on whether he waives it, it doesn't sound, to Brianna's point, doesn't sound like he may waive the hearing. And if he does waive the hearing, then he will be extradited without any further process. It doesn't sound like that's going to happen. It will have to be. It certainly sounds like there will be this
Tom
process.
Dickey's not
with
letting
witnesses
that
and evidence
happen.
being set forth before the judge, and the judge will make the ultimate ruling that there is probable cause to establish that Mangione is in fact the alleged killer of Brian Thompson.
And we are anticipating news out of that hearing soon. Mercedes Cohen, thank you so much for giving us your analysis. CNN's Bryn Gingras has been covering every twist and turn on this case. Bryn, what is happening at this extradition?
I already talked about this, but it is pretty hard to make a convincing case that the average watcher of the news should feel some type of way about a murder in broad daylight after broadcasting the murder, like the systematized murder of children.
For sure. No, you're right.
With so much contextualization and so much justification for the past year and a half.
No, it's absolutely true. It's like there's no
one is going to turn around and be like, "Oh wow, all of this violence that we've been trained to be desensitized to, all of a sudden was directed at like a singular person that also is responsible for a shit ton of fucking violence that we have experienced in our daily lives."
Like, even if he was one good person, it's not as upsetting as all the fucking kids that have died. Like, that's the let alone the fact that a lot of people hate the type of person that would have this kind of job.
Yeah, should there be so much media coverage on this murder? I think it's great that there is. I think it's not a bad thing at all. Here is the Bulwark, apparently very critical of me for my coverage over this
murder. I mean,
everybody just like this impulse to resist it.
To these types of vigilante murderer types. I don't really get it.
I think in this case, it's just because he's a 10 out of 10. I don't know. I'm not sure that there's anything much more to it than
it's
that.
a healthcare CEO.
I do think he's gonna get exalted by a swath of society who sees him as like.
I mean, you've already seen some of that.
Great slayer of corporate healthcare insurers.
Yeah. And it will depend on how much he leans into this. I just look. I just encourage everybody just to like this impulse to resist it. The idea that this is a place that people want to go. I think.
Why is it okay for these guys to kill someone with just by signing a fucking piece of paper?
This is very
but it's
dangerous.
not okay to kill them with a gun.
Yeah.
Because I guess that is the underpin, and I get it. These guys are scared
because that's what Engels calls social murder, which is like invisible.
Yeah,
it's murder nonetheless. But because it's done at the behest of the profit motive, it is like the entire structure of American society, or just like
that's exactly
liberal
right.
capitalist society, is designed to say, no, that's good actually. What do you mean?
Or not even it's good, but it's like, well, the whole point of a company is to make as much money as possible, and if a bunch of people fucking die, who cares?
People should be embarrassed to like this guy. He's a murderer. Yeah, you mean the healthcare CEO, right?
But
I agree. It's like fucking ridiculous.
I mean, there's so many. It's just like, and look, I also get it. You cannot have society would break down if we killed everybody who's exploiting someone. You'd have to kill. Yeah, you'd have to kill half the fucking.
No, I agree.
So much, and I understand why these guys in particular like. But can we get a little something? Can we just like? I literally today saw 3 GoFundMes of people with fucking got in a car accident, had a fucking kidney issues, like 3 of them in the richest country in the fucking in the world, dude. And it's like, I agree. We shouldn't just fucking kill people. The system should not fuck everyone over to the point where we celebrate it. But it's like, we can't have a little celebration.
These are the never Trump Republicans too, which is that's what makes it even funnier. Like they voted for George W. Bush and all this shit.
But that makes so much sense though. These are the exact guys that would be scared of some shit like that. Because they believe in like the system.
You can't have vigilante murder. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Like people should just chill out. Even if you truly abhor private health care, like just chill out. You don't need to applaud murder.
Yeah, just be quiet.
I want to have a good time.
Come on.
I want to look at a guy. I want to look at his abs and be like, nice.
There is definitely a air of protection that I feel from seeing so many people that I would have never expected to just like drop their tendency to be like law and order, like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In this circumstance where like I'm shocked. Like I do. Like, I guess it's expected for people to carry so much resentment towards CEOs in general, and also especially towards like healthcare.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it is truly a sign that people are fucking pissed, you know?
But it's also
and also this whole notion that there has been one other political thing.
Because even a little bit of the Trump, like this is coming at a time where there's so much of Trump's base is like, we're outsiders, we're shaking shit up. There's people that are probably huge Trump fans that are happy this is happening.
Yes, no, there are.
It's like
they're in the comment section of every Ben Shapiro video.
It's a perfect storm of like, you know, people on both sides.
Let's look at the comments. So he's kind of the guy who shoots someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue, not losing any support. Ben Shapiro was dogpiled by his own audience on this topic. It's not just the left that are cheering. This is a class thing.
Yeah.
You guys are not reading the room quite right, and we're seriously underestimating how people are fed up with the current healthcare system.
Dude, I'm actually, because I haven't looked at this, I'm actually surprised that these comments are like
Dude, Ben Shapiro got like 41,000 dislikes on his video where he was like, the left is cheering on the murder. They're loonies.
Damn.
And people are like, The fuck are you talking
Hell
about?
yeah, dude.
The people are like, I work in an Alabama steel mill. I fucking love that shit. I voted for Donald Trump. I vote for him illegally, and I fucking love that murder.
Damn, there's a lot of this going on in all his comments. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, this is the release of a pressure valve. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My first
first
indication that this was different was when I saw the United Healthcare Facebook account post the with sadness we announced the untimely demise of our CEO, and it got 50,000 ha-has. Bro,
he got rip bozoed.
Bro, but like not by you and I, by Deborah's.
By people who follow the United Healthcare.
By
Facebook
Deborah's,
account.
by Barbara's. Like, who the fuck? Think about who's on Facebook.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It's like your aunt. You know what I mean? Like,
That's a
it's
good point.
fucking crazy.
That is a good point, yeah.
Someone said it got to 90,000 by the time they removed it.
That's hilarious. They had to remove it.
Like,
they had to remove it like they have reached insulting Taylor Swift levels of of internet backlash. That's the highest level right there.
It's just like it's crazy.
That is fucking nuts. I had no idea it was because I always just assume we're in a bubble, but this is kind of nuts. How many people, even on this kind of YouTube channel.
I wonder how much sympathy the average CEO feels about the people they condemn to death, injury, and bankruptcy with these decisions they make. Like, people are so clear.
That's fucking
people are
awesome,
so
man.
fucking clear.
And it's true. I understand the psychology of a guy that got fucked over by the healthcare system and snapped and did one crazy thing so much more than I understand the psychology of a guy who day in, day out just lies to himself that he's not fucking over thousands of people every day. Like, how fucking bankrupt do you have to be a CEO for real?
Altoona police say they're being threatened after arresting Luigi Mangione.
That's crazy.
They're gonna have to literally free this man because there's gonna be riots on the fucking streets.
Free Luigi, bro.
There's gonna be riots in the fucking streets, dude.
Dude, we need a Luigi's Mansion reboot. Nintendo should fucking jump on this.
I'm telling you
moment.
right now, like the very fact that like it sucks that because it's a state trial, it's not gonna be televised. But they're probably going to try to institute like some sort of media blackout to ensure that there's no more coverage on the fucking court case. But then again, in this day and age, you can't really do that because even if mainstream media was like, we're not going to cover it, you still have fucking hella people that are going to go there and report on it themselves.
No, for sure.
Like Megan Cuniff is going to be all over that shit regardless. You know what I mean? The one who does the Young Thug trials, the one who did from like the Law and Order YouTube account or whatever, the one who was like really.
Nah, they're gonna cover it because they're fucking because it's too big a story, dude. They're gonna cover it the way they ran every Trump speech. It's gonna be fucking awesome. It's gonna be good TV.
State trials are broadcast like YSL, federal or not. Oh, you're right. State trials are broadcasted. You're
Nice.
right.
We're in, dude.
It's actually the federal ones that are not covered. It doesn't matter though because I still think that they will. The judge can make that decision on whether or not they want to cover it, and I suspect that they would. I suspect that they would probably not want to cover it. Some states do broadcast it. You're right, like Georgia does. But that's why I was excited about the. That's why I was excited about the prospect of like watching Donald Trump in court for the RICO case before he fucking won the election. So New York trials are not broadcasted. Yeah, but I mean it doesn't matter. There's gonna be people reporting on it. Was my point,
dude? There's no way they're gonna stop reporting on it. This shit is so big.
Yeah. So yeah. There it is.
Dude.
I mean, this is fucking untenable, you know?
The way it would...
Yeah, so listen, Boris, we have a reporter inside the courtroom right now. They're not allowed to have any sort of communication. So we don't quite know just yet if that hearing has started. We're still waiting to get an update, but you can see, we know that he is inside that courthouse, at least from that sort of combative moment there, as you showed the viewers, where it took several sheriff's deputies to calm him down and get him inside of that building. As you said, this is really the first time that we are hearing from him, his own voice. We do know that he does have a defense attorney who's representing him for this extradition hearing. We know that New York asked for this extradition. A warrant for his arrest has been issued. So it's now up to the trial judge to go forward with this, for the judge rather, to go forward with this hearing. And he has the decision to either fight it or to actually move forward, where people from the NYPD will and Marshal's office.
His family is like, oh, that's the other thing that they're doing. They're doing he claims to act on the behest of anti-capitalist sentiment, yet his family is very rich.
They have jobs.
Yeah. No. He is from a very wealthy family. They own like nursing homes and stuff too. But like, and his fucking or his cousin is like a Republican state legislator.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
is he also named Mangione?
Yeah, no, literally.
That's awesome.
But yeah, they own 2 country clubs. Like they're super fucking rich.
Damn.
But the point is, one, even a wealthy person like that still gets fucked over by healthcare.
Yeah.
Okay. And 2, who gives a fuck what his family background is? Like, I don't understand. Why are people so stupid where they're like trying to engage in hypocrisy baiting?
Yeah, for a guy who killed a guy.
Yeah,
like he did kill a guy.
Yeah,
a
like,
hypocrite is not the worst thing he is.
Yeah, but also,
yeah,
like, not only are you engaging in hypocrisy baiting, but like you're also ascribing like this false notion onto this guy that he is like some card carrying socialist.
Yeah.
Like he's not. Like, why are you trying to do this? It doesn't make sense. They're trying to fucking.
I mean, it makes it. You know why they're doing it? Because it's easy.
Yeah, I know, but
it's
just like it's so funny to me in particular because like I am the guy that like people will say like, well, buying a house is directly at odds with your values as a socialist. I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because people have already made up their minds on it.
Right.
So they're just like, no, this guy is a real socialist. We made it up, and also that's why he did this because he's a real socialist. And also, as a real socialist, like, look at how stupid it is that he comes from a wealthy family, but he's a socialist. Lol. It's like, you guys are so stupid.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Of course, when you expect them to actually engage with what it means to be socialist, or they're going to use it as like the catch-all boogeyman for something they want to say is bad. Like the only person that could conceive of killing a CEO is they want to pretend it's somebody who has like left politics, but. Everybody should hate CEOs.
Yeah.
That unites us. That unites everyone.
Seemingly, yeah.
We'll bring him here to New York, and we're learning that could happen sometime tonight, could be even sometime tomorrow.
And Britton, what are we learning about a potential motive?
Yeah, so Boris, there's an intelligence report that is shared among the intelligence community all across the country that came from the NYPD, received by our John Miller, and it really gives some more details about that 3-page document that authorities did find on Mangione, they say, when they made that arrest. And it talks about sort of his hatred with the healthcare industry, and it talks about how he somewhat viewed himself as, committing a symbolic takedown with this alleged act that he is accused of. In it, he basically said the mafioso has gotten too powerful and to continue the abuse of our country for immense profit.
Did he say
and he kind of paints himself, according to this report, as somewhat
discrimination.
Yeah, get the Italian league on. Get the Italian league on call. I don't think he said mafioso.
I didn't see mafioso anywhere.
Yeah. It's weird.
Of a hero saying that evidently I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. Now, of course, you've heard Governor Shapiro from Pennsylvania come out. You've seen the New York governor come out and say he is no hero. Of course, we should not be celebrating this person, but it certainly is giving a little bit more detail as to a motive possibly of why he is accused of this horrific crime. We also are learning more from friends and family, right? We have been talking to many people, some who have lived with him, some people who knew him in college and high school, who say, they were, close to him over social media or keeping in touch with him, but he sort of fell off the grid this last summer. And one person we spoke to talked about a back injury that he was dealing with, which also might be something that could be connecting the dots to the healthcare industry. But let's hear more from this person who actually lived with him in Hawaii at one point.
Before he moved in, I remember he said he had a back issue and he was hoping to get stronger in Hawaii. When he first came, he went on a surf lesson with other members, and unfortunately, just a basic surf lesson, he was in bed.
That's fucking hilarious.
Oh no! Who's a streamer under 50K followers who's had a great 2024? That's fantastic. That's funny.
Oh fuck!
207,000 likes, dude. I'm telling. It's just shit. Is like
this is actually because again, I haven't been following it that much,
dude. I love uniting events
crazy.
like this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like. In these trying times, okay, when
is true.
When
this
political
is like a positive 9/11.
When political division is at an all-time high. First of all, this account was created in 2015, but they might have changed their name recently.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he had a Twitch account. Okay, if he did, he would be
if
in
he
here.
Did, you guys wouldn't have heard of Hassan. If he did, he would have completely taken Hassan's spot.
Yeah, he would have. I don't think you can change usernames on Twitch. Yes, you can. What? I think that in these trying times, when political division is at an all-time high,
yes,
it's really messed up that there are people who are trying to divide us.
I agree.
I don't like it.
The lamestream media is trying to divide us.
I don't like it at all. You know, I think it's messed up, and you should be smarter. And you should know that these are the real villains here. That they are those who seek to divide you. Those are the bad guys.
I agree.
Okay.
Bed for about a week. We had to get a different bed for him that was more firm, and I know it was really traumatic and difficult.
Free Luigi, L CEO,
do some basic
R.I.P.
things that can be
Bozo.
really, really difficult.
Wow, he's in my chat from prison. Yeah.
Yeah, again, these are all sort of the things that police are going to be using to connect the dots and try to point to a motive, try to build their case. We know that they've also, of course, scrubbed social media in their efforts in this investigation. As I said, we are now waiting for this extradition hearing to happen, and it's possible that Luigi Mangione may be on his way to New York at the soonest, maybe tonight, Boris.
Bryn Gingras, thank you so much for keeping an eye on that. Brianna?
Experts say the suspected killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson planned his attack well, but also made some crucial mistakes. So let's take a look at
now he made mistakes. Now that you got his ass, he made mistakes.
Okay.
Before he's fucking Liam
Classic.
Neeson.
Yeah. No, this is the greatest killer perhaps of all time. And now he's like, he's a fucking idiot. Real. I don't see you killing any CEOs. Huh? How many CEOs have you killed? Fuck you mean? What is this?
Damn,
the fuck?
But let's see. Now this is almost like, here's what you should do.
Yeah.
Next say time. Are his key.
Yeah, if it were me, I would have fucking done it differently.
I would have disappeared. I would have been in Yucatan before they even knew what the fuck was
and also the evidence left behind and what this all says about the gunman's strategy. Before the killing, the suspect cleverly avoided air travel because, of course, had he taken a plane, he would have had to show his ID, reveal his entire face under security cameras. If he had a gun at the time, it probably would have been detected during luggage screening. Instead, the suspect took a Greyhound bus to New York, a bus that originated in Atlanta, though we still have to wait and see where he may have gotten on that bus. The suspect stayed in a hospital.
Not even the most dangerous
this person
on
couldn't even get Luigi Mangione, so we wrote Luigi Mangione. I am here from jail. I'm here watching your stream. I broke out. I made it out of prison. Wow. Thanks, Luigi Mangione.
There's so many more
in New
dangerous
York
people
using
on
a fake New Jersey driver's license and paying cash, again, avoiding a digital trail there. The suspect was careful up until this point, including...
Yeah, once he saw a sexy lady.
Was she sexy? Do we know what she looks like?
Apparently he was like rizzing her up a little bit. Like she asked.
Luigi, you motherfucker.
It's always the downfall, man.
Diligently wearing a mask over his face. This was that rare image of the suspect's unmasked face captured on surveillance video when a hostile employee flirted with him and asked him to lower his face mask. And it was these images, of course, that helped spread his identity.
That marinara
By the way,
in your blood
I do want to say something. much respect to like hella people that saw this and were like, that fucking looks like my homie.
Yeah.
And didn't say a single damn thing.
For sure.
Like, there are people that saw this dude because he wasn't like a shut-in.
Yeah.
He was like a popular, he was a fucking valedictorian. Right? And not a single person was like, that's the guy. Everybody shut the fuck up.
Well, who knows though? Do we know that, or were they keeping it quiet? Had they released his name?
They didn't release a single damn thing.
Oh,
I mean,
so they only
part of
found
it is
him-
because he was like missing for 6 months, but I think if your roommate has like you haven't heard from him in 6 months and you see him on television,
you're like,
you are
ooh.
way more likely to be like, what the fuck? That's him.
Maybe he was a cool guy, man.
You're way more likely to go, that's literally him. That means that this dude was around hundreds of people growing up, and as recently as like fucking 6 months ago, nobody said a peep.
I mean, there's no way I would fucking. I mean, I probably wouldn't turn anyone in that I know in any case, unless it was like
unless they were like a
super
fucking pedophile
heinous.
or something. Yeah.
But like, there's no way what kind of fucking loser would do that? I mean, he went to Gilman though, bunch of fucking rich kid
but that's what I'm
pricks.
saying. Not a single motherfucker.
He must have had great vibes.
Not a
man.
single motherfucker actually gave him up until he sat next to a fucking boomer and consumed a hash brown.
Why'd you eat
at a
it? Why'd you
McDonald's.
eat it in the McDonald's, Luigi?
Yeah, he should have picked it
Go
up.
eat it outside. That is fucking nuts. Why was he inside?
Yeah, his friends.
I know why. Because he's innocent.
Yeah,
he had nothing to fear.
Thank you.
He's being
he didn't do
railroaded.
nothing. He didn't do nothing. That's crazy. Yeah.
Across the country and even around the world. Then lastly, the suspect used a ghost gun, which is an untraceable self-assembled firearm.
None of these seem like problems.
Yeah.
Like,
This seems like
except for showing his face.
showing
that
his
one
face,
time.
yeah. Getting too horny.
But to be fair, his eyebrows are so powerful that like it literally doesn't even. What is this? Laura Loomer posted. One of Luigi Mangione's friends just posted. He's not a monster. He said they have the story all upside down.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, people are going to bat for him.
Yeah, he's not a monster.
Even now, that's awesome.
He's not a monster. I can't put into words how worried I am for you right now. They have the story all upside down. Yeah. Okay. First of all,
maybe Luigi dicked this guy down.
Hanging with friends.
We found mochi ice cream.
We're just looking for mochi ice cream.
Yo, the goat, dude. The man. He's a chill ass
What
dude.
is that? Was that just
ice cream
vanilla?
wrapped in
mango.
Yeah.
I know what mochi is, motherfucker.
I don't know if I like mango as a flavor choice, but
Yeah, I would have gone
strawberry.
Yeah, strawberry's good. Even a classic vanilla. But still, to each his own.
New footage shows Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing a healthcare CEO, hanging out with friends during what looks like the COVID era. In the video, they're all wearing masks and seem excited about finding mango mochi ice cream, a chilling glimpse into his life before the shocking crime.
I didn't
What's
find that.
so chilling about this?
Yeah, that wasn't chill. That was a nice little video.
Wait, so the girl actually captioned it. Here, we found
What'd
it.
she say?
Luigi Mangione is probably the most Google keyword today. But before all this, for a while, it was also the only name whose FaceTime calls I would pick up. He was one of my absolute best, closest, most trusted friends. He was also the only person who, at 1 a.m. on a workday in this video, agreed to go to the store with drunk me to look for mochi ice cream.
Damn, dude. That is actually wild for people to go to bat for him today. Okay, Luigi.
I mean, he's killing it. Crazy how they haven't even proved it's him, yet blasted his face and information everywhere in a way you can't ever come back from, even if found innocent. I think honestly, because
they did him a favor. If
if he's also not the guy, which we don't think he is,
dude, he's not.
My sister was friends with him. She's a super live normie, and even said today he was the nicest flatmate in my building. Bless you, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, the United Healthcare CEO had a gun. We all saw it. It was self-defense. Yeah, dude, I saw that too.
I saw that, dude.
I
yeah.
saw that. He
well,
was
the
literally...
video cuts off. I live in New York. I was there that day.
Yeah.
The video cuts off.
Yeah, it's like really weird. He was brandishing it and saying, "I'm gonna shoot you, Luigi Mangione."
Luigi, I'm jealous of you. You have abs.
Yeah.
You have thick eyebrows. I could never achieve.
Yeah, that's why I won't give you healthcare.
I won't give you healthcare because I'm jealous of you. And now get ready to suck my gun, you fucking dirty Italian.
Yeah.
And then Luigi Luigi acted.
He was like, "Oh, I don't want to do this."
Which
please.
It wasn't him, by the way. It was another guy.
Yeah, it was another dude. It wasn't even Luigi. He mistook.
He mistook.
The CEO
because
actually
the guy was
thought
wearing
it was
a mask.
Luigi.
It kind of looks like him.
Yeah.
So it's all a big tragedy of errors here.
Yeah,
but
just you know how incompetent these guys are.
It
The
was
police
self-defense
work,
plus
police
it wasn't
work.
him.
Yeah, I think we did it.
I think we
We
did
should
it.
be his
Someone
defense
put us
team.
on the line with Thomas. What was his name?
Thomas Dickinson
Thomas
or
Dickey.
something.
Yeah, Tom
Dickey.
Tom Tricky Dickey.
We got this. We got this. He's acquitted instantly.
It wasn't him. It was fucking Yoshi.
Yeah.
Do that. It was Toad.
The more that comes out about him, the more people are going to sympathize and relate.
I heard he killed him by actually throwing a red shell at him.
Yeah. The only thing that he could do in this situation, if he just like comes out and says something like super gross that everyone disagrees with, and they all go, "Oh, we really
he could
like
public
you."
opinion his way out of it.
But like, I don't even know what he could do that would like outshine what he has done so far.
Yeah. It would be tough.
You know.
He would honestly have to be like, you know, the coolest guy.
What?
He would have to talk about how cool Elon Musk is or something.
Bernie Sanders shared in a sit down with Politico that is likely his final term. He said, "My job here is done." Yeah. He's passing the torch to Luigi.
Or he's gonna get into fucking shooting CEOs. He's like, I see what's going on here. I've wasted my time in fucking Congress. It's time to get the blicky out. Yeah, Bernie's like, I got 4 years. We're getting universal health care one way or the other.
Yeah, that's it.
Isn't Bernie a gun guy too?
He's from Vermont. You have to be. Bernie's the classic pro-trans, pro-gun guy from Vermont.
Yeah, Bernie's got I think Luigi opened up a new strategy for universal health care.
That's it.
Shout out to Bernie. Give me my phone. I think I gotta go, bro.
Oh yeah.
I have to go to hang out with my friends Andrew and Bobby Lee.
Boo! Boo! Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not fucking the hot little ginger.
Dude,
okay,
that's a problem.
Yeah.
No, I'm
not
not attracted to either of you.
Fuck those guys. Oh, but not Bobby.
Bobby,
he
Bobby's
can get
a little
it.
old, but in a different time. Maybe.
Boo! Other people also think the manifesto might be faked. I know there's a lot of conspiracies. We'll get to that as well. We'll get to like all the conspiracies going around.
But I think what's important, folks, is to do what Luigi would have wanted you to do, which is buy
Go to Stavvy.biz.
Go to Stavvy.biz and purchase a 2025 Stavvy Baby calendar and see me on the road. The fucking Dreamboat tour.
Did you say? Oh, before you leave, a couple things we gotta hit real quick. Okay. The last thing I wanted to show you, I want to leave this on a high note.
Okay.
Donald Trump has a new ambassador.
To where?
To the beautiful nation of Greece.
Who is it?
Her name, it's a woman, is Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Oh, wow. That's fucking awesome.
You have to do
That's
the
fucking
people.
awesome.
You have to hit that.
I gotta say what's up to Kim.
I'm
have
going
to
this
cuck.
Summer. You have to cuck Don Jr.
I'm gonna have to. Kim, what's up? Holler at me. Let's go. I got family all across Greece. I'll show you places Don can't even dream of. It'll be
the
beautiful.
reality is they broke up? Oh, she's single as a Pringle.
Oh, we're
ready to mingle.
They broke up and Trump's still giving her appointments.
That's crazy.
Wow, he really does not respect his son.
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't.
Don Jr. is so
tough,
man.
Why would you though? It's like he's the worst of them, I think.
It's so funny how much better of a dad Biden is. He's like, you know what, son?
Yeah.
Here's a little something on the way.
I feel like Donald Trump would pardon the January 6ers before he pardoned his son.
For sure.
Like, you'd be like, oh, it's the shitty one? Keep him in there.
He would be like, you have to do this for the family.
Wait, they broke up today?
Oh, my bitch secured the fucking the Greece ambassadorship, and she said kick rocks.
Because at first I thought maybe he's just trying to pack his son to go to fucking Greece, get the fuck away from here, go on an island destination. You know what I mean?
Nah.
But no.
They said they've been getting They haven't been getting along the past year. They get argumentative at Mar-a-Lago in front of people.
Apparently, he's moved on.
Oh,
He's
okay.
moved on to bigger and better things. Trump is considering making Kimberly Guilfoyle the ambassador to Greece after her fiance Don Jr. Oh, it's exile.
It's exile?
It's exile. Kimberly Guilfoyle's been exiled to Greece.
Dude. Nah, dude.
There are definitely
up.
worse places to be exiled
rules.
to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Interesting.
He has a new girlfriend. She's an IG influencer.
Hilarious. All right, I gotta fucking go.
Okay.
All right, bro.
Thank you.
Of course. Bye, folks.